Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives, Reverie. It's so nice to see you more often. Ugh, I love that we do this more often now. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? My name is James. I use she, they pronouns. I'm your game master and archivist. You can find me most places at either Nice One James or TTRPGay. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. Also, if you need me in 24 hours, you can't find me. I'll be on vacation. Sorry. Don't need me. And we'll pass it on over to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Strigonona or just Sapphic Striga. Yes, also including on Blue Sky. I'm currently treating it like a private Twitter until there's more followers on there, so get in now before it's too late and I have to start tweeting like a normal person. You can also find some of my writing in Storybake, which is an upcoming tabletop baking adventure game that is coming out hopefully in the first week of December, and as soon as there's a date, I will let you guys know. And you can also find me trying to decide what to dress up as at Halloween at my local library. It's between a Hobbit and Stregonona, and I think I know which one I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Yeah.
I do, as your game master who has control over all parts of your life, I do think legally you have to be Stregonona, sorry.
Oh, I mean, I simply must submit to the will of the game master. Yeah, sure.
What if you
It's decided!
Oh, that's good. Workshop that. And we'll just
Oh! Oh! Okay. Things to think about. Thank you, Jess.
Big feet.
And on that
so
note,
real, girl.
Incredible. Let's pass it on over to Briar.
Hello, I'm Briar. You can find me at @BeanaBees_they them pronouns. Yeah, we're hanging out, we're chilling. You've got me for like I think 10 more days before I get eaten by the Age of Dragons. But yeah, so you can find me.
Hell yeah. I will also find you getting eaten by Dragon Aged when I too am eaten by Dragon Aged in 10 days. I hope that you really value me and Briar being members of society while we're here. It won't be for much longer. And we'll pass it on over to Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at College of Lore Dropout or just Lore Dropout. You could also find me in 10 days playing Dragon Age. You can find me now playing Dave the Diver too many hours. You run a sushi restaurant and you catch fish. That's the whole deal. And there's And there's mermaids. Pretty great. Pretty great game. That's all. Have a good day.
I'm gonna have questions for you on the break in a minute. But for now, we'll move on over to Barnaby.
Hello, everybody. My name is Barnaby. I use they and them pronouns. You also can find me at Blue Sky, except there's no underscore at that's barnaby.bluesky.social. If you want to follow me over there as I migrate away from Twitter as an artist. I'm going to be in a couple of things. I think this week I'm supposed to be on And Then What Season 2 over on YouTube. If you want to check that out, with a wonderful creator named Calamity. I'm over there with them in Sierra. And then I'm also here on November 1st, going to be starting my first long-term AP campaign over with Smoking Glue Guns at the Vale of Atheum. You should come check me out over there if you like see me play quirky blue women who have control of magic.
Oh my god, hell yeah. That's so exciting. And I will be tuning in because one thing I love is when you play quirky blue women with control of magic. And I'm in the right place for that, clearly.
Yeah.
And last but never least, we'll pass it on over to Jess.
Hello, I'm Jess. I use she/them pronouns, and you can find me on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me thinking about Lord of the Rings because someone mentioned hobbits like 2 minutes ago. That'll be me for the rest of the night.
Jess Lord of the Rings arc is the best thing that's ever happened to me. It's not about me, but like it is about me. You know what I mean? Incredible, thank you so much. Also, our stream producer today is the lovely, wonderful VJ, who you can find at VJH Creations. VJ, if you want to promo anything in the chat, go! We love VJ. Give VJ a follow. They're a hero and a saint and handle the Starlight Tales technical difficulties with a grace that no other mortal in this world could muster, truly. Let's move into a couple of announcements. Be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places at Starlight Tales, or more commonly Starlight Tales _. You can find us on Twitter and Blue Sky, just as a reminder, because this is not the first time the Twitter ship has begun to sink. You can find us on Twitter and Blue Sky. Twitter specifically has weekly updates about our upcoming programming, which you can also find in our Discord fan server. You can also watch past VODs from our shows on YouTube. If you're watching this from the future on YouTube, hello, I hope things are normal there, though my hopes are not high. We also have an Instagram and a TikTok. Speaking of our fan Discord, it's a great place to come hang out. If you want to yell at me about something I did today or compliment my wonderful, incredible cast about the incredible things they will surely do today, that's a great place to hang out with the community. Barnaby's also been posting some fucking incredible art in there. It's a great place. Reverie fans are getting fed good fucking food in there right now, so highly, highly recommend you hop in, if Discord is your thing. We also have a Patreon. If you're already supporting us on Patreon, thank you so much for helping us make the inquinsically queer and twans content, space fantasy content that we love to make here. If you're interested, we have lots of exclusive content over on Patreon, from monthly live streams, exclusive pieces of writing, and sneak peeks at art and upcoming things. It's a great time over there. We also did a Halloween one-shot that VJ GM'd. This month? That was this month. Time is fake. It's a great time over there. If you're looking for dice or tabletop accessories as we go into the holiday season, be sure to check out our good friends over at Die Hard Dice. If you find something you like, which you almost certainly will because they make incredible, wonderful things over there, be sure to use code STARLIGHT10 at checkout for 10% off your order. Also, speaking of gifts for the holiday season, we have merch. We have a whole line, and I'm wearing it today. I came prepared. We have a whole line of both anthology-specific merch and also more general merch. We have Titty Moon souvenir shirts. This is the softest sweater I've ever worn in my life, and I swear to God, I'm not being paid by Starlight Tales to give that testimonial. But we have lots of really cool, really amazing stuff over there, so check it out. And a lot of our things are soft, which is great for me personally. Also, we are having a Halloween costume contest right now, going on until the 30th. And if you enter it, and if you win, you get a Starlight Tales crew neck of your choice. So we could match if you enter and win the Halloween costume contest. And I know the threat previously was that the merch would go to a dog if nobody entered. However, it's now the threat that you won't get dog pictures because we sort of know our audience. So I don't know, you want dog pictures? I guess you should just do a little cosplay as a treat. In terms of our programming, Crow Lane is back, so be sure to keep an eye on our social media and catch up with our favorite Murder of Crows, where everything is normal and regular. It's a good season for a fun little gothic horror campaign. Also, speaking of programming, Reverie will not be live here a week from today because, as mentioned, I will be on vacation. But be sure to keep an eye on social media, and we'll be back before you know it. And I think that's all my announcements. That felt like a lot today. Did I miss anything? Anything anyone else wants to plug? Alright, then without further ado, let's settle in and crack open tonight's chapter in our tale from the archive. And welcome back. Let's talk a little bit about when we were here a week ago. So, Last time on Reverie, our party set off on their path towards the lost kingdom of Reverie, guided by their new friends Ori and Wick. During their travel, they passed the time by getting to know one another, sharing stories, and keeping each other on the path forward. A day of travel passed, and they made camp and settled in for the night. While campfire sparks were stoked, Wick ducked into the forest and had a conversation with Thorn, our favorite wandering archfey, and learned that while he does not want to see the lands of the dreaming changed, they believe that the party and their goal is something to be helped and supported. From there, our party began to rest, taking watches together in the dark. And while the night passed in peace for most of them, Wick and Ori, and shortly after the rest of our party, came face to face with their first nightmare, a towering snake made of shadow and fear. The fight was bloody and brutal, but our party emerged on the other side alive and well, if a little worse for wear. And we pick up there, with our party trying to catch the last few moments of peace before morning breaks and a new day awaits. With such little time left, the rest of you can settle in and complete your rest, complete your watch shifts in peace. And just as you did the night before, all of you dream peacefully. Except for Lurk. Lurk. You have this same thing where you are in the middle of a perfectly mundane and commonplace dream. But unlike the way it shifted before, smoothly if oddly, tonight your dreams become fractured, not nearly as coherent as the vision you had before. Instead, they become disjointed flashes. The view from high in the clouds at a village below, where hundreds of tiny forms gather together. Then the feeling of your fists pounding against a towering wooden door as panic and grief chokes you. Then the sight of pure white flowers blooming in too fast time, their vines overtaking a room seemingly made of gold and starlight. Then the rustle of leaves and a laugh that you don't recognize, but that sends a pang of longing through you. And through all of these visions and more, the only constant is a feeling of deep sadness, almost regret, permeating even moments that otherwise would appear happy, but are stained at the edges with this overwhelming sense of loss. And the last moment before you wake is a soft, deep voice you don't recognize, whispering, "It's going to be all right," and the press of ice-cold metal into the palm of your hand. And you wake. As do the rest of you, at a new day! What are you doing?
What
I feel
do
like-
we do?
I feel like Elise is one of the first up, if not
Sure.
the
Tell me about
first. I know. Well, of course, the people who took the last watch, but
Mhm.
So I think Elise is just like gonna just start by working on getting tea and coffee and breakfast ready. And I think is like, we're gonna have a big day today. Let's get the kids ready for a big day.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. All of you who were asleep, so Lark and Alia specifically, you wake to the smells of fresh coffee in the air. Sort of like
How's-
welcome, grounding home smell in the middle of this unfamiliar forest.
I think Locke's probably the last person to wake up, just because they're not used to dreaming, and I think like the physical manifestation of having these dreams is like making them sleep so deeply that they are just like
Sure.
dead weight.
Yeah.
You know, when you check in on someone sleeping, they're like barely breathing, you're like, oh my god. Like, it's just so
That thing where you like squint if
Yeah.
you're breathing. Yeah.
So I don't think he's quite awake yet, probably until the rest of them get up.
A very important gay question, Lark. We ended as Lark
No,
sort of rolled
no.
over and fell asleep in Tavia's lap. Do you think that Lark stays there? Or do you think that they're tossing and turning? Okay, great, yeah.
No, I think if Locke dreams, I think they go very still. Like,
Mm.
very, very still.
Yeah. So then as the rest of you are getting ready for your day, you see Lark asleep in Tavia's lap. Tavia is sort of like similarly kind of half awake. I think not wanting to move and wake you up, Lark, he sort of like propped himself up against his pack. and I think all of you can see like the blooming bruises coming through, like just underneath the collar of their shirt from the encounter the night before. But yeah, Tavia's kind of like half awake. You can see like the beginning of like the squinting of someone who doesn't want to be awake, but like there's coffee and people are moving, and that's the unfortunate reality of the situation.
I feel like Wick would be in a similar position. Probably the first person like awake, but it's
Sure.
like my arms just gonna go to sleep until he wakes up.
Yeah.
Kind of situation. So it's waiting whenever that happens, but very clearly awake, like making eye contact with everybody.
Love that.
Yeah, I think Ori gets up and immediately is curious about breakfast or all these new things for breakfast. And it's just going to be following Elise around, asking questions about what does that do? And you eat it with that?
This is oatmeal?
Oatmeal. Is it a meal for oats?
It is a
Or do
meal
you
of
feed it?
oats.
Wow. Can I have
Yes.
some?
Yes. And that like, you can put all sorts of things in it. Some brown sugar, some maple syrup, berries, whatever. So yeah.
Cool. Takes like a handful of grass and dumps it in
Okay.
there.
Interesting texture. Yeah, sure.
Oh, this is pretty good. What do you do with what's the brown stuff?
The brown sugar?
Yeah, do you just put that on there?
Yeah, it is very sweet, so it balances out the oaty flavor. Yeah.
Wait,
Just
do you
prob-
want some? I'll make you breakfast. Hang on.
I got it. Don't even worry about it.
Okay. Do you
Alrighty.
want brown sugar? Do you want grass?
Kind of gives a look about the grass coming over, like grass. Looking at it, Elise is like, "What are you feeding? What do you mean grass?" Okay, not you. Okay, no, I don't want grass. I'm good, thank you.
The oatmeal looks like a tiramisu. Like she's put so much brown sugar on the top of it.
Amazing. Oops. So, I know, looking good, Chief. Talking about breakfast to Elise before serving himself up.
Did you dream well?
Who are you talking to?
Whoever will answer.
Looks over at the rest of the group for a response. I think Wick always has good dreams.
And Elise gives like a solemn kind of nod and then immediately like turns away to do something else.
Interesting.
What are we doing? Are we still going to the place?
I think we're currently waiting for Lark to wake up. Is I think what's happening.
Okay. Do we wake them up or do they wake up on their own?
Oh, well, kind of looks over at Ilium like, because Wick's thinking, homeboy died last night. I'm gonna let him have this 5 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think that Alia was like over and like getting a coffee for herself and also one for Tavia because she knows that he's pinned right now. And it's just kind of like, yeah, my dog does that and falls asleep on me, and then I have to make somebody else go get me a cup of coffee. But I think kind of glances over at them, and Jess, you said they're like dead to the world out, right?
Yeah, you can make a
Is that
deception check.
weird? Yeah, sure. Okay. Can I have
Oh,
advantage?
I
'cause
for
that's my
sure
husband?
think that's weird because I think Lark is the most twitchiest little motherfucker when they sleep, and probably a nightmare to sleep in the same bed with.
You're not that bad.
Look.
That's
I think
a
that they're so
24.
controlled during the day that, like, when they're unconscious, their like limbs go everywhere. I think you like glance down at them at the exact time, like I think like a new shimmer of frost kind of like starts crystallizing in their hair, and like they're very, very still, and like this like very icy like tear kind of like pools in the well by like their nose bridge and like freezes solid. But like they don't look in distress, they're just very, very still and they're like crying.
Ooh, yeah, okay, yeah. Weird and bad. Okay. I think Aelia will go over, hand Tavia a cup of coffee, and I think just like with a pat to their shoulder, try to like lay on hands, heal the rest of those bruises. She does not ask permission, she just does this.
Yeah, I think that Tavia, like, holding this cup of coffee, still have a wait, kind of like blinks blearily at you as he tries to process the 2 nice things you've done in rapid succession for him, and just kind of like looks at you and just, thanks. Good morning.
She's like not even looking at him at all.
Sure.
Right. And then I think we'll like very gently sort of bend down next to Lark and kind of just like run her hands through his hair a little bit and just be like, Lark.
Okay.
Lark, wake up.
Y'all have watched Anastasia, right?
Oh yes.
Huh?
I think Lark jerks up, smacks Tavia in the nose.
I think if I can make this a little worse, I think Tavia, who was sort of leaning up against something, like, oh, and like smacks his head
Oh,
on
no!
whatever's just, oh.
Morning. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Oh my god, your nose is bleeding.
It's cool. That's
I'm
my.
doing all of my work. Come here. And kind of very quickly is just like, and we'll heal it very fast.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. Are you okay?
Are you? You're bleeding. Like actively crying, which makes this look way worse than it should.
Sure. I think, like, in a similar way that you've just, like, made this observation, I think Tavia just kind of blinks at you and just, you're crying. Are you okay?
Yeah. Like it's kind of like trying to place themselves. Like, why are we so close?
Yeah.
And I think just like in this moment of confusion, does what they usually do in like moments of confusion, just like looks at Aelia with help me eyes, like what?
I think that she's looking at Lark also very concerned because again, like, yeah, you were crying in your sleep and this is freaking me out a little bit. And it's just looking at them very wide-eyed and confused. Are you alright?
Just dreaming.
You got quiet.
When I was asleep. Okay.
Usually a little bit. Never mind. Anyway.
Do I talk in my sleep?
I think talk is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Okay. I'm okay. Sorry. Sorry.
I think you see Tuya sort of like wiped the little bit of blood that's come out away, and there's like a little bit of a smear of it still, but he's clearly like trying to like, I'm fine, don't worry about it. No, I'm fine.
Did you hit your head?
It's
Oh
cool.
god, you hit your
No,
head.
follow.
Like, follows with the most confused kind of squint. Follows just fine.
Very quickly, concussion testing, and is like, all right, well, I would appreciate it if everyone could be a little bit more careful,
Sorry,
given what
my
we've all
bad.
been through.
Yeah.
Right, yes, I'm chastising you in particular. Come here, and is trying to fucking, like, heal the fucking bruise on the back of his head. She is very
At this
annoying.
point, Tavia's like awake enough that he like kind of gently like swats you and goes, stop it. He's like, I'm fine. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm a pirate king. I've had worse. You're fine.
Log just like leans into Davia's face with like their sleeve and like wipes the smear of blood from their cheek.
Divya goes so still.
You just had a little what's the breakfast situation?
That looks like oatmeal.
Great, I love oatmeal.
Yeah.
Trudge over to the breakfast station. I need to grab my charger. Oh.
I feel like Elise, Ori, and Wick are just like all standing in a line, just like
Sure.
watching this happen. Like,
Real.
Is this normal?
a new normal, I think.
Should I hit you?
Wick is
Not-
still over there eating breakfast. He's fucking not paying attention. Whatever gave people business is not my business. Just eating his oatmeal and kind of turns at the question.
Alright, take a moment of jam inspiration because that image is incredibly funny to me.
I would prefer if you didn't.
Okay, well, how do I show that I love you?
A firm handshake or a hug if you're feeling a lot, or you ask the person who you wanted to show love for, or just use your words and say so.
Okay. So is this how they show each other love?
I think they're figuring that out.
Hmm. Okay. Do you dream about Gordy again?
Yes. I usually do.
If you like, I could show you him.
I think, like, you... I don't think without, like, some kind of check, it's hard to see what flashes across Ellie's face, but, like, gets a little kind of uncomfortable for a second, and then it's, perhaps not to, start. Maybe later.
Okay. You just look so sad.
How is your oatmeal? It is a lot of sugar.
It is very good. Oh, is this a lot?
More than, I think most would perhaps put on, but if it works for you, then it works for you.
I just like the experience.
And it is the perfect amount of... the perfect ratio of, sugar to oatmeal to grass.
Normally, I don't get a lot of my own experiences. I watch others' experiences. And I want that next time that I eat oatmeal, that I think about this, our friends.
Well, I think if you stick with us, you are going to have a lot of new experiences. This is something we are quite adept at providing.
I'm very excited. Can't wait for us to have more experiences together.
Well, I'm going to get started on packing up so we can get going soon.
Okie doke. Well, I will go and bother Wick. Good luck on your packing.
Good luck on your bothering.
Wick!
Just right there, didn't go nowhere. Just kind of follows Elise's, goes to pack. His eyes kind of follow, but turns to Ori. Morning.
Still worried. Are you still worried we're in danger?
Well, I know we're in danger. I don't know if that counts as a worry. You know it to be true.
I guess are we in immediate danger? The nightmare subsided for now, so we should be okay, right?
On that front, yes.
What of our friends? What is your assessment, my brave warrior?
our assessment of our traveling group kind of looks over at whatever angst is happening over there in the by the tree. Um, I think good intentions. Good intentions.
Aren't intentions enough sometimes?
I don't think so. No.
Well, they protected us. So does that mean the intentions are now good actions?
Well, when what they intended to come out here to do is to go to Reverie and find their friend amongst other things, and the nightmare was in their way. And we are their guides to the place that they're going to. I guess I'm saying their intentions coming out here were not to protect us per se, but to achieve their goals. That is neither a good or bad thing. It just is the thing that we're currently dealing with.
I think they're good people.
Most people are good people.
Will we help them once we get them past where they need to go? Or will we go home?
Well, we'll talk about it.
We're talking now.
Yeah, but we don't know what's gonna be there when we get there.
Okay. Well, I would like to stay with them. What if they go back to your home? I'd love to see it. Like, actually see it. I've only seen it in your dreams.
Kind of listens to that and just grabs Ori's hand. Like both of them. My home, where it was a gaggle of kids that called me their brother and chased after me. My home was my mother and her laugh, and my father and his stories. That's what my home was. Those people are gone now, or safer in dreams. You're my home. There is no place to go back to. There's only a person to travel and be with. For a long time, that has been in the dreaming, if that exists safely elsewhere. I'd follow you into any dream or nightmare.
Blushes a little bit. Well, if I'm your home, that means we can go anywhere.
Anywhere.
I want to see where your dreams come from. How a world that I only know through story and myth created such a lovely person.
Then we'll go there.
I look forward to you creating new dreams.
Me too.
Maybe if I go there, people will be able to dream, right? They don't dream over there, right?
It sounds like dreaming is a new phenomenon to these people, so I'm going to take a wild guess that they're not that special, and that is, in fact, the norm.
I think they're special.
Like, look, yeah, sure. I don't know.
I hope we stay together for a long time. Hope wherever we go that I continue to be your home. And I hope we have many new experiences like oatmeal. And punching people in the face and kissing.
I think Wick kind of glances around really quick at the group to see that they're still occupied. Before looking back at Ori and being like, "Are you sure about forever?"
Why wouldn't I be?
And I think Wick would pull Ori to the side and like kneel down wherever they are. And with Barbie's consent is gonna cast
Shit, is that what's happening right
yeah
now? Go. Yeah, sure.
gonna cast ceremony. Beautiful. Yeah, touch moves, I think. Beautiful. And I think, yeah, you need silver spell. I know components don't matter, but we'll just take like a necklace that he would have from like home, and like wrap it around like their hands are cast together, and it's gonna cast the wedding ceremony, on the two of them. You touch an adult humanoid willing to be bonded together in marriage for the next 7 days. Each target gains +2 bonus to AC while they are in 30 feet of each other. Yes, a creature can benefit from this only again if widowed, which is not gonna happen.
I mean, it's got a couple
No.
seconds. So,
Yeah. And I think while the spell kind of conjures that same like ethereal wings, not exact its wings, but like the sparkling like gold and brass kind of just like spread out and just envelop the both of them before like settling into Ori's skin.
Yeah, I think in this moment, as the two of you share this promise and you cast this spell, you feel like sort of the lingering feeling of like a fey deal not binding, not unwelcome, but like a red string that ties you together. And I think as you cast this spell, you watch as the fabric of the dreaming that is so much a part of both of you in different ways comes together to weave strands of magic together. And Wick, you feel around your ring finger this like woven band of it almost looks like pure churning water, but you feel like the solid, cool metal underneath it. And Ori, similarly, you feel as this being made of water, but water and plants go hand in hand. What greater love is there than between earth and water? And you feel this like band of roots and vines kind of weave itself around your finger as well. As you make a very gay fey deal, both of you take a point of GM inspiration. I'm gonna throw up.
Beautiful. No throwing up.
I'll keep it together. It's okay.
We're just trying
I'll
to set
cry
a good
on break.
example. We're trying to set a good example for the rest of the table.
Yeah. There you go. There you
The
go.
apocalypse is coming. Get it together.
Incredible. My four who are not getting gay married. I think it's about this time that Tabia kind of like walks over and like hands on hips in a very like dad vacation kind of energy and just sort of like looks at all of you and just, okay, so do we have a plan today?
I think we walk and figure it out when we know what we're dealing with.
think
Yeah.
Lark's like cross-legged on the floor, like scooping oatmeal up onto a spoon and like watching it drop back into the bowl and just doing that, like completely lost in thought.
We're gonna go to the break screen very, very quickly because Discord is being extremely homophobic to my good friend Diana. We'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Amazing.
See you in just a moment. Hello everyone, welcome back. Thank you so much. It was actually me. I was the problem, but it's fine. We fixed it. So yeah, we pick up still in this moment, this conversation with the four of you.
Right. I think onward is kind of the only direction.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. We'll just... Yeah.
Right. Wonderful.
Lark?
What? Sorry, pardon?
You were figuring out a plan for the day. I feel like you should perhaps, if you have anything you want to say, now is a good time to say it, the plan for the day.
Looks directly at Tavia and goes, there, on with the castle, I think, I guess.
Achilles just nods and like walks away to go pick up other stuff.
Right?
Okay. And
And
Just
there's a beat of silence, and then all three of them like turn and go,
Yes.
okay, and then walk in the opposite direction.
100%.
I think
Incredible.
Lark beelines, I think towards like Ori. I don't know where I like land at the tail end of this conversation. Probably a normal place, right?
Probably.
Oh, at the end of our marriage? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
We're part of the conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Gotta
I'm
say, Ori throws like conjures some flowers and throws them behind you, and Clark catches them.
Oh. Hello. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning! Congratulations!
On.
You caught the bouquet.
Oh. Yes. Thank you for that.
Me and Wick are married now.
Huh?
We got married! And like shows you the rings.
Wow. And you. That's a. Congratulations. Wow. When?
Why do you sound concerned?
I'm not. I'm so happy for you. When did this happen?
Like
3 minutes ago.
What?
3 minutes and 47 seconds. 48.
Oh,
9.
just like that, huh?
Mm-hmm. I
Oh.
love Wick and Wick loves me.
Sometimes it's just that simple. Looking at Lark pointedly.
I think Lark it just twitches that's wonderful. Wow.
Drew, I didn't know it was gonna happen.
neither did I. Or did you didn't know? You didn't know. You just did it.
Not.
That's why.
What a
not.
wonderful experience.
Yes, I very much enjoy being married myself. Congratulations. I'm wishing you very many happy long years together.
What are you gonna do with the bouquet?
Today, you got married today, just now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
4 minutes and 2 seconds now.
Wow.
Feels like we've been married forever.
Oh. I'll leave you to it then.
No, you came over here for something. Yeah, so.
Did I? I forgot what that was. It's completely gone now.
Are you
Are you
okay?
okay?
And, like, touches your-
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
touches
at
your
the
forehead.
same time.
Oh, look at you both. Acting like a handcuff already. Because you are. Okay. Wow.
Are you
This
feeling
isn't-
better?
Yes, somewhat. Yeah. Yes. Yes. We're putting together a plan of action.
Oh my god, I love plans.
Good. Well, we have one, I believe.
Lay it on us.
Same as yesterday. That place there.
Not broke. Not broke, don't fix it. I'm so excited.
Yes. Yes, quite. I think Lucky's like shooting like odd nervous glances at Wick in particular, and it's like,
Am I making you? He's like, if you can tell that like you came over here to talk to Ori, he will
sure.
flop. He'd be like, I had to go talk to. Okay, it's all I
Okay, love you.
love you too.
You said it back. How can I help you, Your Majesty?
What?
How can I help you?
Sorry. How long have you been friends? Not friends.
We've never
How
been
long have you been?
friends.
Not. You've never been. You were never friends. That makes more sense.
I've always loved him.
Oh.
From the moment I had consciousness, I've loved him.
Oh. Oh. Starts crying again.
No.
That's beautiful. That's lovely.
My reason for getting up in the morning, what's yours?
You're good with dreams, right?
I am. In a way, I'm a dream myself.
Yes. Yes. You didn't happen to. Yesterday, when we met, you mentioned a dream that I'd had the night prior. I was just wondering if you were privy to last night's escapades.
When we met before, I was in my lake. I was one with myself. I'm far from my lake, but never from its waters. I could look if you'd like.
Oh, so you only when you're in your lake, you see.
See all. I'm omnipotent when I'm in the lake. But should I need to tap into the waters, I can. With your permission, I can pull it from your mind. Pull it from your heart.
Oh, I just thought I'd maybe cross-reference. I didn't really know. I didn't recognize anything. But,
If you like. You have very interesting dreams.
yes, I'm starting to realize that. Yes, go ahead.
She, like, floats up and gently touches both sides of your head and gently, like, kisses the top of your forehead. And, like, water sort of shuns around you as your dream sort of recasts itself around where everybody can sort of see.
Oh, excellent.
Oh wow. Do I recognize anything in this?
Make me a history check with advantage.
History check with advantage.
Yeah.
Where are you, D20? You're not a D20. You are, though. Okay. Pretty high. Math. 21.
21, yeah. You recognize some of these flashes, and in hindsight, the memory that you saw of the night before as well that Lurk had, as flashes of some of the memories that you know Thorin revisits every year. The ones from inside the castle, you don't recognize as being from that point of view, but the ones from outside, you do. Outside of that, I mean, I think generally, like, you would recognize the castle as the castle. I think you pick up on the fact as well that, like, this is very much fractures of memory, because the castle is now sort of, shrouded for the most part in the sort of, like, purple mists of the dreaming that make it harder to pass, whereas here, it's just sort of like run-of-the-mill storm clouds. But yeah, do you have any questions? Because 21 is a great roll.
Yeah. How, like, I guess, like, percentage-wise, how much of this, like, is similar to Thorn's dreams? Like, is there enough of this where it's like there would be like that's weird that there's so much of you that's you and Thorn have many of the same dreams sort of energy?
Sure, yeah. I think that so the dream from not tonight but the night before was entirely Thorn's. The ones from tonight, I think it's sort of like you recognize in a way that I think Lark couldn't quite, that this is like fractures of several different people's like memories, essentially. So there are some of these are Thorns, specifically like, I think the ones you see of like the white flowers kind of overtaking the room of golden starlight, the like laugh that is a little bit more familiar to you, but you still can't quite place. But like, you know that when you hear the laugh, you recognize it as like somebody who you know has been dreamed about before. When Lark recognizes it, it's because they are seeing the memory through the point of view of the person whose memory this is. But a lot of the flashes in this particular set of memories are not Thorns, and you don't necessarily recognize. You don't get the sense that the person whose memories these are is somebody whose dreams you see often, if ever.
Okay.
Huh. There are pieces of this I recognize and pieces that I don't. It's almost like ripples on a pond where there's an image, but I can't quite make out what it is. The laugh, though, is very familiar. I recognize that laugh. I've seen it many times. But most of this feels distorted. You have pieces of other people's wants, other people's dreams.
Do you know why I would be dreaming of other people's memories? How it even... Is this how dreams usually work? Or...
It's not exactly how dreams work. Dreams sort of follow their own rules. It's almost its own living thing in a way. When you dream, you're seeing pieces and portions of experiences. Sometimes those are our own, and sometimes there are those who see those of others. Pieces of Thorn here.
Oh. Which parts?
Relay the parts that it said, or that was said.
I see. Okay. I guess that, Oh, I don't know what to think. I think kind of like glances around at probably everyone else who's probably very much also seen those images like flitting around Lark's head. Just kind of get like a temperature check on like, oh, all of you saw that? Slay. But isn't like trying to hide it. It's just kind of like, yep.
you think if we just got a copy of the family tree and we asked him to just point, that would get us anywhere? Like a "you are here" situation.
I don't know. Would he even know anymore?
I think he knows. I think he fucking knows.
I mean more that the family tree's extended quite significantly since his time. If he was ever on Everglen.
He often checks on the royal family.
Yes.
He comes and visits me to peer into their dreams.
Which members?
I could not say. I often try to give His Majesty as much privacy as can be allowed when sharing consciousness.
Of course.
Well, I'm sure it won't be long till we bump into each other again, seeing as he seems to have that eye on us, so...
Do you fear His Majesty? He's not a bad man.
No, I don't think either of those things. Family is complicated. Seem to be discovering a lot more of it than I bargained for.
What an exciting experience. Having to know family and to learn that there are more.
Yes, learning of new families always brought with it great change and upheaval, so I'm a little anxious.
Change is good. The dreaming is constantly changing. It brings fantastic people like you, Lark.
Well, thank you.
And isn't it exciting to think what tomorrow will bring? What new people you'll meet?
Mm-hmm.
Are you worried of being hurt? You have an amazing protector.
I kind of gives a little bit of a fun smile over Aelia. I do.
Then what worries you? What weighs heavy on your shoulders?
Oh, just we've dilly-dallied long enough this morning. We should get going. I think kind of like backs away from the conversation a little bit and kind of like ekes towards the rest of the group and kind of like lowers their voice. Did you know they got married this morning?
Who?
These two.
Oh! When did they have time?
This morning, apparently.
Huh.
Did you know that they were like a thing? Like a thing?
Yes, like I suspected. I had an inkling.
Oh, okay. Rounds onto Viet. Did you know?
Huh?
Okay.
There. Yeah. Kind of like squints at you. No.
Why are you lying?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I was trying to like make you feel better, but I yeah.
That's alright. That's fine. Just obtuse as usual. All right.
Got a lot going on. Fairness.
Thank you. Yeah, I do. We should go.
Okay, we're walking.
Ding!
All right. And is there anything else anyone would like to do before you set off for the day?
Can I just vibe check the whole group emotionally? 'Cause this is such weird energy. I don't know. I think Wick would just be like, I'm not an emotionally intelligent. Sure, that everyone's like, okay, I don't know if I have to roll for anything or just like
You
vibe
can
check.
roll an
the group.
insight if you want.
I guess. He's like, there's so much weird energy. I don't know what's happening here.
Sure.
Where are we? That was a nat 20, so that's 27.
Oh yeah, let's go around then and give Wick a little overview on how we're doing. I will start to give you guys a moment of think. Yeah, James, good job. Yeah, I think that the energy you're getting from Tibia is very much like, I think better than you'd expect, but I think the energy you're getting from them is they're kind of doing a similar thing to you of like trying to get a read on everyone and trying to be like, okay, what role do I need to fill in this group to make sure that everybody's okay? I think you do see Tibia's eyes slightly more than usual are kind of like sticking to Lark when Lark is looking in the other way. You still get the sense that like Tibia is sore, but otherwise seems mostly fine. Trucking on is what Tibia is good at, so very much in his element.
Good lad.
How's everyone else doing?
Ori's doing great.
Hell yeah!
Ori's doing great. She's taking off like her big robe and just kind of walking around in like a linen dress, doing cartwheels, yapping next to Wick about her concerns with Lark.
Amazing.
Elise is doing not good, but is so good at being like, yeah, everything's fine. Why would you even assume it's not? I think even within that 20, it takes a second to see that Elise is a little sad. Stand up. More so than usual.
I think Alia she's like mostly okay. I think it's been about like par for the course since she's got here. She is still like, eager to get going, and to just get to the bottom of whatever the fuck is going on. But I think that you probably catch like her hair is kind of back to that like pinkish golden glow because she's back in dawn. But every now and again, especially in the moments where she's like watching Lark and seeing them like emotionally floundering, I think that glow kind of like wavers and cuts in and out every now and again as like the autumn threatens to creep back in.
I think Lark's feeling like really raw, and I think they're kind of experiencing like just since like with the dream and this morning and the wedding and the Ori like is experiencing so many layers of very intense emotion, which they don't typically handle very well anyway. But I think in particular this group is like really starting to like buffet them because they're so accustomed to being in a social environment where like everyone's very like careful with their words and they don't kind of like break you open emotionally. They don't probe, they don't pry. Everyone's very like, it's all very simple and nice, and like you're able to cover yourself quite well. And like there's none of that here, especially with like Ori's like lines of questionings that just like go right to the heart of like whatever's going on. I think you kind of probably catch sight of Lark just as they start to like close up a little bit, and like the line of their jaw gets a little bit hard, and like their skin, like that flush, like winter flush along their cheeks gets like fades a little bit, and they get just like a little bit like more numb and cold and frosty as they just try and like protect themselves a little bit from this like onslaught.
I think Wick looks around at the rest of everybody. Makes a little bit of a face, like he's not exactly pleased. He's like, "That's not great. This is bad." But I guess we're going off on this journey, kind of just like, turning to scout ahead. Let's get on the road. I could speak
Wait
English.
for me.
I promise. Grabs her hand.
Absolutely, and all of you can set off on your long day of travel once again. Before we pivot over, though, I'd love to know, Elise, how did you spend your morning? What have you been up to? Everyone's been having these we've had a marriage, we had pining. What was Elise up to?
I think for Elise's morning, I think got everything packed up for everyone in 2 seconds. All the bedrolls were packed and ready to go. Breakfast was cleaned up in 30 seconds flat. And then I think just sat down and took very academic notes about everything that they had seen so far in the dreaming. Just very neatly done, thorough notes about everything. Has a page of questions to ask about it, and is just fully thrown into documenting the dreaming as much as possible, and is ignoring any and all conversation around until it's time to go.
As I think you sit and you work through these notes, just before the group is as the group is kind of getting ready to leave, I think you feel something soft kind of brush against your wrist, in the hand that's holding your journal.
Turn.
Yeah, I think you look and you see sprouting and stretching up from the ground towards you a single flower, the same flower you used to bring to Gordy's grave whenever you would visit. Just stretching up towards you as thin vines kind of wrap very loosely and gently around your wrist.
I think Elise is going to do a quick check, make sure no one's looking, and then is going to pluck it, give it a little kiss, and then press it between the pages of her notebook for safekeep.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of you can set off for your day of travel. You travel for hours. This is, you've sort of did half of your travel during the day yesterday. You have the second half now. Wick, you would know at this pace, you will probably hit Reverie right around, it isn't really sundown here because there isn't really a sun, but right around what the dreaming equivalent of sundown. So you have about 5 to 6 hours of travel ahead of you. Is there anything anyone is doing during that 5 to 6 hours of travel?
I would like to bother Alia.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Kind of cartwheel backwards towards you. Can you do a cartwheel?
I think she takes a pause and looks down at herself in full plate armor. Usually yes, not in this though, unfortunately. Does limit my range of motion somewhat. You're getting very good at them though.
Yeah, I'm getting really good. Watch.
Flip. Perfect. Nailed it.
You're married, right?
Yes. Yes, Lark and I have been married for about 10 years.
Wow, that's a long time. It's a long time, right? It's a short time?
Depends on who you ask. Long for many mortals, a bit short for the Fae.
What was it like? Did you also get the butterflies in your stomach? Did you feel warm?
Something like that. It was a little bit, a little more complicated, at least to start.
What made it complicated?
Well, I think Alia kind of takes a moment to gather herself, because her mouth opens to start giving the PR answers that she has been giving for about a decade when asked about this. And instead has to go, oh right, well that's not actually what happened. Well, our marriage was not a love match to begin with.
Mm. There's other types of marriages.
Mm-hmm. People get married for all kinds of reasons. And
Do you love Lark?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
But when we agreed to get married, I didn't know them very well, and it's hard to love someone that you don't know. At least for me.
Have you enjoyed getting to know them?
Yes, very, very much. And I look
Is it a
forward to
love match
continuing
now?
to know them.
Is it a love match now?
Oh, what a complicated question. I think in a manner of speaking. Many different kinds of love. And
Things
like
always
I
feel
said,
so
I feel them now.
complicated with you, Alia.
Huh.
Love doesn't feel complicated. You either do or you don't.
The way that I feel about them isn't complicated. It's just everything else.
But Larkin, you aren't everything else.
Unfortunately, no. I wish it could
Then
be
the love
sometimes. But well, we're both very public figures, and being married for us comes with a lot of social and political ramifications, responsibilities. There's just a lot tied up in it.
Would you do it again?
I think so.
What's it like being a wife? Is there anything I should know?
I didn't say it before. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sure, you two make one another very happy.
I don't think the marriage changes anything. I think it's just a promise to the universe.
It's a very beautiful way of thinking about it.
Because even without the ring, I think I would love Wick. I've loved him since the moment I came into existence.
It's very romantic.
It's not complicated. I don't know, love always seems like the easiest thing. I think everything else makes it hard.
I think that's very wise. Very, very true.
But do you have any advice? You seem like a good wife. You protect your husband.
I try to be. I try to. Advice. No one's ever asked me for advice on this before. I think that the most important thing is to listen at least as much as you talk.
But Wick doesn't talk.
You'll have to listen a bit harder. Lark doesn't always like to talk either.
Seems like he's scared of something.
Yes, I think so.
Why? You're there to protect him. Nothing bad will happen.
I think at that, I think like that the golden light in her hair like really flickers again. I wish that were very true, but there are a lot of things that I can't protect them from. A lot of things that I've had to watch hurt them. And there was very little I could do to stop it.
I think protection doesn't mean that no harm will ever come to them. I think protection means that should they fall, you will always be there to pick them up. Wick falls all the time. He messes up a lot. But it's important that I'm always there to pick him up. I imagine you do the same.
I do.
Then you are a great protector.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're a very good wife. I hope to be as good as you someday.
I'm sure you already are.
I'd like to see you do a cartwheel, though.
Well, do we have 5 minutes? That's not how long it takes to get this off.
No, cartwheel in full plate armor. I dare you.
Actually,
Cartwheel and
actually,
full
I think this
Touch
one, like, you know what?
Built different.
The last time that I, the human guy, tried to do a cartwheel, I did fall on my neck and almost have to go. So I'm sure this is gonna go great. But yeah, I think.
I'll give you guidance.
Oh my god, thank you. I think Ailey like takes a moment, really like gets into position, and is like, I actually haven't done one of these in a very long time, but I've watched my sister do it quite a bit. And she only falls half the time, so I think I've got it. I'm gonna try to do the cartwheel in plate armor.
If you were wearing armor, you wouldn't have to make a check, but because you're wearing armor, I'm gonna say make me an acrobatics check with the D4 because of guidance.
Beautiful. Where's my D4s? Hello, little triangle. No, I'm not using anything. I want to honor this. That's a nat 1. Actually, yeah.
Diana, tell me how this nat 1 manifests. What goes horribly awry in this cartwheel?
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I think she is super fucking confident. I think that it like her form, flawless, perfect, amazing. And I think that she, you know, hands go to the ground. She gets about like halfway through this cartwheel. And then as her legs are both in the air, that is really when like the full weight of like, yeah, I'm in full plate armor, kind of hits all at once. And oh my, who's walking around us right now? Because whoever this is, you're getting toppled onto, unfortunately.
Be Wick. It has to be Wick.
What? Why?
Kind of funny.
Yeah, so like halfway up and doesn't even fall like finishing into the cartwheel, just like sideways. Legs just fucking go. And I think yeah, fully just falls onto Wick. There is a giant woman in full plate armor that comes like truly like a tree falling in
Screaming. Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am so sorry. Oh god, and I think it gets a little bit like stuck like a beetle on its back. It's just trying to.
No, it's gonna it's gonna struggle out from underneath you.
Oh my
Bring
gosh!
you
Oh
up.
my gosh! You're right. What happened? I'm fine.
Did you faint?
I think that she's absolutely like losing her mind. Can you just help me?
What? What is the matter with
Just
you?
gonna help.
I'm
Or he's
fine.
gonna
I'm just
help you.
stuck.
I think Sophia is like crouched, hands braced on his knees, and is laughing so hard it's getting to the point where it's like, are you gonna throw up? Because he's just like full body, like wheezing with laughter.
I'm gonna like try and hoist Alia up, but like I have no strength, and your plate armor is so heavy. So just like,
Jess, how do we? I mean,
you want me to roll?
I think it'd be funny. Yeah, a little
You want me
bit.
to roll
I
a
want it,
-1
but I need
strength
you to
check?
one.
Yeah, sure.
I need you
Shut
to
the fuck
roll a
up. I
one.
rolled a 7 -1, so that's a 6.
I mean,
So I think I like, you know,
the weight is just
hard, and he just kind of like pulls himself down to the ground. His legs just kind of slide into the mud, and he just pulls himself into a sitting position.
I think that Alia has like managed to leverage herself up, so they are like both just sitting, and she's absolutely fucking losing her shit.
What are you doing? What? This is not funny.
I was trying to do a cartwheel.
In plate armor.
Well, yes, the idea did seem a bit silly at the time, but you know.
Yes, I should think so. Wick, are you alright?
I feel like Luke is just like at this point, like could in that moment of getting hit, knew immediately what happened, like, or probably has to do with Ori. So it's very much like was like kind of on the floor, just kind of watch you struggle to the ground with Alien. I was like, I could help, but this is funny.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to hold us up. We can keep going. It's fine.
Elise, what's your reaction to this train wreck of a cartwheel moment?
I think Elias looks and like mentally says to Plum, like, can you, like, young people, like, what? You believe it?
Plum gives like a little whinny of like, I hear you, girl. As this like ancient being of the fabric of the universe.
Yeah.
During that conversation, I was actually gonna ask if we could speak to Elise.
Beautiful.
But it's kind of like while I don't know if we stopped her for walking, but whatever. Either way, we just like call out, Lady Elise. Is that the correct way to turn a phrase?
Technically, not lady by the royalty definition, so you can just Elise. He's fine.
I had a question.
Yes.
Earlier when we first met, you asked me for my name, and then you made a face as if you were searching for something in your head. What was that about?
I just no. I've done a lot of research about the dreaming and had I have a lot of knowledge about people who have gone missing, presumably to the dreaming. So I was just trying to recall if I'd recognized your name on those lists, if I had any details about you beyond what I might, before we really got introduced. That was all.
I don't think I was remarkable in life to be noted.
Ugh. I don't think anyone of my family has made the history books except for my name, and that is only as the editor of them, so I understand.
Is your family here?
No. I don't think so. I think you see a look of Elise is like realizing for the first time in like maybe 100 or so years, like, what is my family doing? Like, we're never close. We have lost touch.
Oh, that's sad.
It is... Alright. It is what happens. I do not particularly mourn the loss of that relationship. So it is alright. What about
I'll
you? Is
mourn
that...
it for you.
Well, thank you. Is your family here?
No, I'm pretty sure my family is dead.
I hear congratulations are in order.
It seemed like the practical thing to do. Wick says, which is clearly not true, but that's what he said.
If you send me a list of where you are registered, I would love to get you all a little something. I don't know how gift registries work here in the Dreaming, if they even exist at all, but I would I also know some young people now, they don't want gifts, they just want money, so I am
Keep saying young people.
yes. Kind of looks at you like, are you not young? Look at you. Look at me. What do you mean?
He kind of laughs. The Dreaming does something for ancient beauty, I suppose. I'm older than you.
It is a novelty. I know you did not pay a lot of attention to the world around you when you were in Everglen, but I would be fascinated to get your accounting of what you do remember. It does not have to be now, just someday perhaps when we have stopped for a rest or we must pause for another cartwheel. I'd love to ask you a question.
He would give you a very detailed account of the everyday life of like a peasant. I'm just thinking about like those like old things where like there used to be like a third condiment in which no one knew what it was because they're like, oh, we don't need to label it, and he's just gonna give you like a overly detailed account of just like a regular day in his life that means nothing to him but might mean something to you.
Writing it all down, and I think like with your net 20 earlier, I think you see the like sadness kind of lift as like this scholarly work is taking place and is asking a lot of probing questions about like, wait, but do you remember what fabric was used to make the tablecloth? Was it or perhaps like just very detailed questions about
he might not know the words for things, but he is very like sensory and detail oriented, so he would like describe like the hatching on the cloth and things like that, and like someone smarter than me could probably piece this together or something, but I have a good memory. I don't remember names though because that's not relevant, and it's just like the most, I think, like old person schedule that someone who was 20 at the time that he got sent here could possibly have. Like you could tell a very like old soul, like wake up in the morning, and do my like walk along the palisade for coming back and feeding the horses or whatever. Very, very boring. Then I make my tea this exact way.
He's just eating it up.
That is before he gets kicked in the head by Flip.
Incredible. And you can all continue on your journey. You travel for hours in peace, for the most part. Probably slightly throbbing head for Wick, aside, based on the, not one. But you all travel, for the most part, quietly and in peace. The farther you travel into like this forest, when you can start to tell like the trees are getting farther apart. You get the sense you were nearing the edge of the tree line, and the air gets like colder and colder. Not like uncomfortably cold necessarily, but you can feel that you are approaching. You are like walking away from the sort of like temperate part of the dreaming. And yeah, I think just as you guys have sort of like reached the base of this like sloping kind of hillside with like a well-worn trail up, which you would know is getting very close to your destination. I think Tavia will... I'm so sorry, there's a hair on my face. I think Tavia will fall into step with Lark. I just kind of walk quietly for a moment, and then we'll just sort of like ducking their head down a little bit, still staring forward. We'll just... Can you keep a secret?
I think, like, after a beat, kind of, like, shoots a side glance at them, and their eyebrow kind of, like, arches, like, I'm the fucking royal heir. Like, what are you talking about? My whole life is secrets.
Feeling your eyes, like, their gaze will kind of flit from the path forward to look at you, and there's, like an intensity there, but you read as, like, half joking.
What do I get for it?
Well, I'm trying to give you something, but
Oh, the secret
not
is
if you're
for
gonna
me.
not if you're gonna tattle. Yeah,
Right.
this is really important business. I need you to take this seriously.
What's a tattle?
Like you tell on me.
Tell you what?
Tell on me. Like go. Tattling is like. It's like. I think it's like kind of genuinely confused, but it's sort of like trying to work through it to get to their words. Tattling is like, you know when like little kids will go like, "Mom, so and so like push me on the playground," like that kind of stuff. You just like
Right.
snitching. Do you know this snitching?
Snitch. Yes.
Kinda. Yeah. You gonna snitch on me?
Like a sibling.
No.
Oh. No, I'm not going to snitch on you.
And I think Tavia like reaches over into this little like bag that he's been carrying at his side, and like does a very sort of like theatrical kind of look around, even though you guys are at the back of the group and there's nobody that could be watching. And then will like pull something in his hand and just like hold his closed hand out to you.
There's a bug.
No, it's not a bug. You think I just carry bugs around in my bag?
Okay. Is it alive?
It's not a bug.
Okay. I don't know.
Gives you like a very fond, exasperated look, and places a square of chocolate in your hand.
Oh. That's the secret is chocolate.
Yeah, I've been carrying this stuff for like 3 months.
Oh.
I'm running low, so you gotta...
Oh no.
What?
This is 3-month-old chocolate?
Well, I have like a big supply. It hasn't just been like loose in my bag for 3 months.
Oh, okay. It's just a single square. I thought it might have a bit of a
Kind of like gives you a look and like lifts what you see as like the remains of a chocolate bar out of
Oh.
his bag. You look like you could use a pick-me-up.
Oh, I think it like realizes they're trying to do something nice and it's like,
Yeah.
oh shit. Oh, it's for me. Like to.
I'm sorry.
to
Do they eat chocolate in your big castle, or is that like peasant food?
Peasant food. Okay, well that's a little below the belt.
Sorry.
No. It's. I don't. I just shove it in their mouth so they don't have to speak.
It's really good. It's like it's very clearly like, you don't know where Tavia has acquired this, but it's like very clearly like very, very nice chocolate. It's like the kind of chocolate that just like melts in your mouth. It's dark chocolate and it's got this like really nice like layer of molten caramel and a little bit of like salt on the top. It's I think better chocolate than you would expect someone like Tavia to be carrying around.
Sure. Oh. It's better than I expected for 3 months old.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Where did you get this? Is not from Everglade, is it?
No, I feel like you got, I don't know. I don't want any of your fancy chocolate. It
This
gives
is
you like a
very-
little bit of a
This
teasing
is very
look.
fancy chocolate. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, a different kind of thing. This is like good. I don't know. I feel like you guys would have like the like fancy shit with the frosting on the top, you know?
Right, yeah, it's not
Yeah.
emblazoned with an insignia of a crown, so...
Right, yeah.
Right.
And that's like valuable caramel and salt space. You don't want to like waste the space with some sort of like weird insignia.
Right.
No, I got it in the Second Sun system.
I see.
They make good shit over there.
Make a lot of chocolate in the Second Sun system, where it's very hot.
Some places, yeah. I mean, they have like, so they have this like whole row, and it's all about like dedicated to crafting with like fire. And so like there's a lot of food there, and there's like blacksmithing, but there's a little chocolate shop in there. It's with melted chocolate. It's really good.
Well, thank you for sharing your secret.
Yeah, you know, keep it on the down low, because I don't have a lot left.
Mhm.
And you know, like I don't want everyone like coming to me like trying to get chocolate. So
Wow, so you're hiding rations now. We're
I
on a
am.
survival expedition.
yeah. Well, you know, as like
An
one of the sort of
uncharted
frontline
territory.
protectors, I think it's really important that
And
I'm
you're
like
keeping valuable
up to-
rations for yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a pirate, so. And also, you know, like, I have to have, like, the energy and the fuel to protect, like, you and the rest of the party. Especially because, like, you know, I keep getting injured mysteriously. So.
Kind of like squints at, like, I don't know, the little bit crooked nose.
Mhm.
Well, you shouldn't sleep so close to me then. That was your
Oh,
fault.
well, I hate to break it to you, but that was not my doing, Lark. Not that it was unwelcome, but.
Kind of like, it's like, oh, he's joshing, like, sure. Completely misses the sincerity.
Just, like, looks at you kind of steadily and just. Yeah.
Well, it was cold and I didn't have a blanket this time around, so.
Right. No, it's fine. It's all good. Are you, feeling okay today?
I don't know.
Fair. A lot of big days back to back, so. Fair.
It's not even that, it's, I don't know. I don't feel quite myself here. But not in a way that is foreign. Does that make any sense?
Sure. Is it in a way that's bad?
Don't really have a frame of reference.
Does it feel bad?
It's just a lot of feeling.
Sure.
I'm feeling a lot, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no stranger to becoming someone new. I think it's rarely a peaceful change. I'd say feeling a lot is pretty run of the mill. So, you know, you're in good company there.
You seem to... Well, in my experience, you seem to know yourself quite well.
It's taken a lot of work. It used to be lost, you know? And, yeah, I wish I could say that sometimes finding yourself isn't shit grunt work, but unfortunately it kind of is, I think. But you find your way. Besides, a lot of the confidence is just like a front. It's part of my charm. So, I have like a really like deep, troubled heart inside. A lot of like buried angst.
Like what?
I'm a tortured soul.
Like what? Give me a real secret.
I mean, okay, yeah, I was kind of doing a bit, but sure, we can unpack my trauma. I don't know. I mean, I think like a lot of my life when I was young, not so much now. I think I've spent so much time running from the things that felt good that now I have a hard time learning how to build something good, you know? But I think that the way I grew up, I mean, I didn't have anyone to teach me how to do that. So, I try to give myself a little bit of grace. But sometimes that's how you learn, you fail.
Do you still struggle with that?
Failure? Or building things?
The running away part.
I don't think so, I mean, I think if I still did, I would have read from the paperwork of being a Pirate King a long fucking time ago, because it is tedious. I don't know, I think at some point, I just got tired of running. It's hard running all the time, And I think, like, in the beginning, it's a defense mechanism because it feels easier than staying, but it's hard running all the time. And, I don't know, I think it's harder than staying, even if staying is scarier sometimes. So, I think kind of gets like a wry look and kind of like looks around and goes, contrary to, the fact that I am here hiding from my Pirate King duties and literally running after Bella, I think, which is not like the greatest sort of example of the ways in which I stop running. This is sort of an exception, I think, to the rule, but,
I think we can take that as running towards and not away.
Yeah, it's like well-intentioned running, It's running towards something good instead of away from something that could be good, and that's progress. So, but no, I don't think much about running anymore.
Thank you for divulging.
Yeah. Anytime. Any deep dark secrets you want to get off your chest?
Kind of like gives to me like a very like times you've just walked alongside me for most of the unearthing of my deepest, darkest secrets and probably deepest traumas as well. I think you've seen pretty much all of it.
I think there's a difference between knowing things about a person and knowing how they feel about it. I think to be able, like, very, like, hesitantly and gingerly kind of reach out and just, like pull a tuft of that white hair kind of between his fingers and let it go. Just, like, very quickly as if he can't help himself and clearly, something's going on up there, so.
Well, yes, we don't typically talk a lot about feelings if they grow all over you instead.
Sure. Could be worth talking about still, though. If you want to. I'm not here to pry. I just, in this sort of, like, sacred safe space that we've created, founded in chocolate.
Well, I might need another piece of chocolate for that.
Oh, I see. It's like a barter system.
Yes, you're a pirate. You should know.
Well, kind of like... You see, I think, the instinct to, like, jokingly fight it, and it loses in the wake of, like, I want you to be able to talk about how you're feeling. And he kind of like begrudgingly pulls out another piece of chocolate and like hold it out to you.
Like, takes it between two fingers,
Yeah.
swipes it away. Well, now I feel bad because I don't really know how I feel about it myself, so I couldn't hardly tell you. Eats the chocolate.
It's okay, I think.
I relate to the sense of failure. I think I've been feeling a lot of that.
What do you mean?
Just poor judgment, poor decision making, poor communication.
A little harsh on yourself, don't you think?
Do you want to know how I feel or not?
Sure. Fair.
Oh, I think that's quite a fair judgment, actually.
What? That you failed and you're a bad communicator and...
I did fail, and I am quite a bad communicator.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Lark, I really think that you should have taken that dragon on one by one and, like, snapped the god artifact in half. I think that, like, we all know that you could have done that single-handedly, and it was just, like, kind of rude. Like, I would have loved to just, like, get drunk at the party, and the fact that you didn't do that, I think, was, like, really sucked. So, yeah, no, you're so right. Absolutely.
You sound... Don't take this the wrong way. You sound just like my sister. She's so sarcastic, and you just have the exact same tone of voice when you do a little bit of a tirade like that.
I'm gonna ignore that you just said I remind you of your sister.
Well, you
I
said
have
that
some
you
mixed
should...
feelings about that.
I tattle on you like a sibling, so... Let's
I never said the word sibling. I said, you
Yes,
know,
you
like
did.
when a child goes untattled. I didn't say, okay. You, just to be clear, you don't remind me of a sibling. I don't think of you like a sibling. I think that's probably pretty obvious, but I just would like to put that out.
Okay, well... Likewise.
Okay, good. Your feeling is valid. I disagree with your feeling, but that's okay. I support you feeling that way. Regardless. Even though I think you're wrong.
Thank you.
You didn't fail anyone, Lark. You're doing your best, and this shit sucks. Sometimes that's just kind of how it is. But I get it.
You're a pirate king.
I am.
You're... I take it responsible for a number of people.
Mm-hmm.
And... You failed to anticipate a dangerous situation, you failed to protect them in some way, you would feel responsible, yes?
Yeah. I
I'm
think...
sort of responsible for everyone who lives on Everglades.
What? Big crew.
A big crew.
I think... It's one thing to anticipate a storm and do your best to try and sail through it. But sometimes storms are ship killers. And all you can do is try.
Pirate metaphor? Really?
I'm sorry, I don't have a perfectly, I don't have a royal metaphor for this situation.
No, it was apt. It was...
Thank you. Yeah. I think it's good that you feel responsible for people. I think that's the kind of thing that can drag you under if you're not careful. I guess I'll just have to be here with chocolate. And, did you say a tirade? Sarcastic tirade?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you start feeling yourself going under, you just come find me, and I'll one of those two.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's suddenly like in this very uncharacteristic like jolt, like you'd get like a full body like shiver as some
Yeah.
of their hair starts to kind of like melt a little bit, and this like cold trickle of water goes down their neck, and they kind of go oh, just like out of the blue, and they like shake their head a little bit, and like a little bit of that like melted like icicle water kind of like splatters on them.
Mm-hmm. What? Okay. You good?
Oh, it's tiresome being a fae sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of like nods, trying to understand, but so confused about what just happened.
Yeah, doesn't explain it.
Alright, well, pulls out another piece of chocolate and just hands it over to you.
I think like kind of like closes their hand over his for like just a little bit too long. And then takes it.
Yeah. And you all can continue your traveling. Is there anything anyone else would like to do in the last like hour-ish of your travel? Okay. The path below you slowly changes from mismatched stones and stubborn tree roots to well-trodden soil, soft and steady beneath each step. And you only walk along this soft, sloping upward path for a few more minutes before you curve around and find yourselves at a vast overlook, steps away from a long bridge, seemingly carved from the silver-gray rock of the mountain it connects to. And it's here that you gain your first real look at the castle that has loomed over you these last days. Though the tops of its spires are still shrouded in that same swirling purple-toned cloud cover, you can see the ancient structure's steepled, moss-covered turrets and crumbling archways. And even from this distance, the gilded detailing and vibrant stained glass flash in the hazy light, stretching towards you like a hand. You also get a glimpse of the village resting in its shadow, full of dark wooden structures with moss-covered roofs, winding along streets that remain tucked from your sight. Below the bridge, far below, you see churns a massive frozen lake, thawed just enough at the edges that the slush and ice seem to breathe. The bridge is long, but finally, your destination is in sight. And I think that's a good place to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel, we'll be back in just a few moments to see our party arrive in Reverie, finally! Ah! We'll see you in just a moment. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We pick up right where we left off, with all of you perched on this overlook, catching your very first glimpse of the ruins of the kingdom of Reverie. What are you doing?
It's so beautiful. It looks just like in the dreams. That where we're going?
I gotta go through, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
What's the vibe that I get? Like, does any of this feel familiar?
In terms of like the dreams that you've been having?
Yes, or in a new and fucked up way that maybe you'll give me. I don't know.
Make an insight check. I'll give you advantage.
I love an advantage. So 24.
Oh, yeah.
24? Yeah. I think there is a part of you that feels, in the way that like when you stepped into the dream, you had this feeling of coming home. I think as you stand on the other side of this bridge looking at the ruins of Reverie, you have this feeling like when you've been away from home for a long time and you're like 5 steps from your front door. There is something, the part of you that is ancient fae magic, it's like pulling you gently on a string in this direction. Yeah. And I think in a similar way, like when you are so close to your home again after being away, I think there is a feeling of familiarity being here too. Like, you know you've never been here, but it's like something ancient within you has walked these paths and this bridge and those roads thousands of times.
I think the backs of his knuckle like brush Tavia's, like the backs of Tavia's hands, and then this like another little like drip of like water goes down the back of his neck, and he shivers again and kind of like jolts away and takes a step forward.
Yeah, absolutely. How are the rest of you feeling as you look upon Reverie?
How, I guess Elise wants to figure out, like, based on their current speed, like, how long will it take them to get, like, through the city to the castle? Is it, like, a quick 10-minute jaunt? Are they gonna, like, have to weave for an hour?
Sure, yeah. I think kind of looking from here, you can't quite see the roads, and the villages, like, the buildings and homes are a little bit close together, so it's a little bit hard to get, like, a full layout of what the, like, roads look like. But I think sort of what you can see from here is, one, I think you can see that this village is, like, surprisingly big, but it is not big. It's, like, Acorn size, I think is a good way to put it. Like, Acorn, which is the capital, but is a fairly small village. This is sort of similar in size, maybe slightly bigger than Acorn. So, like, in and of itself, even if the roads are winding, it shouldn't take you too long even to get from one end of it to the other, much less the castle, which the road seems to be, like, about halfway through the town. So you don't get the sense it would take you, like, a huge amount of time. It does sort of seem like, in the way that I feel like a lot of, like, really old cities are, like, there is a lot of sort of winding streets throughout, as things got built and built and built in a small space. But yeah, other than that, I think it's a little bit hard to tell from here. I think you do also notice, as all of you do, this, like, cloud cover over the castle is, like, looming over half of the structure. You are able to catch glimpses of the lower part, but there is some sort of, I think, without even a check, magical effect on this castle that makes you unsure of what travel to it will look like when you're closer.
Then I think in that case, when we're like 5 minutes out from the castle, I'm gonna be prepared to use my streaked eyes channel divinity to see through any illusions and stuff. But it only lasts for 10 minutes, if you want to see.
Hell yeah, absolutely. How's everyone else feeling?
I think that subconsciously, I'm gonna cast Faithful Hound.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like calling for her dog the way that she's cast it before. I think that she kind of just like reaches a hand down where she would normally go to like rest it on Handsome's head when she's feeling like extremely anxious, and just meets this funny little guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, there's a spectral dog next to her now. It's a big fucking
yeah.
French Mastiff.
Amazing.
And he's just there.
You all vaguely hear the thump, 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 the tail smacking into the ground beneath you.
Good. Like Wick would cast Detect Good and Evil. Just kind of like just walking a little bit into the village, not too far. If we're all waiting, just sitting on the edge. Yeah. So for the duration, if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, if there's a place or object within 30 feet of you has been magically consecrated or desecrated. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I will keep that in my brain, in my noggin, and I will let you know if anything pings on it. Are you all now officially making your way across the bridge? Yeah, you guys can make your way. This is a fairly long bridge, and the stone railings are very low. So there is definitely, if anyone here has woozy and heights, this is definitely not the most fun 10-minute walk you've ever had in your life. But as you get closer and closer to this village, and it begins to come into view properly, all of you begin to feel magic in the air, light on your skin like morning mist, but noticeable with every breath and every step you get closer and closer. Something in this village is radiating magical energy, so much that you suspect, even if everyone here's a spellcaster, you suspect that even if you were not a spellcaster, you would be able to feel the magic in the air. And yeah, you can walk across the bridge. As you make it to the other side and your feet meets warm, long grass, can everyone make me a perception check, please?
My dog also will start barking if somebody
true.
comes unannounced within 30 feet.
Yeah.
27.
27?
What is that? 28.
16.
Okay.
13.
That would be a 12.
Well, yeah. My
Elise and
12
Wick are still talking shop.
Real. Yeah. My 12, 13, and 16. I think as you take this sort of first step into the grounds, I think you notice first how quiet this village is. I think the lands of the dreaming that all of you are used to, the two of you more than the rest of the party, you know that even when there is no one around and it's quiet, it's not really quiet. There's always birdsong, or the sway of trees and leaves in the wind, or the creaking of wood as trees uproot themselves. Here it is quiet. There's no birds. You hear no sounds of life. You could hear a pin drop. Truly, it is just bone-chillingly quiet. But you are also aware that you feel very watched. And those two things don't really go hand in hand, but you feel them both very much. Wick, it is around this time that your Detect Good and Evil goes off as well. I think, one, you get a, massive amount of fae, both, creatures and just, innate fae magic in the ground and everything around you. I think you also get, for a lot of the space, not quite hallow spell, but you get sort of an energy from the ground here that makes you think there is a sacredness to how ancient the soil is. There is something in it. Maybe it's the magic that you feel in the air. Maybe it's something else, but there is something here, not quite like hallowed spell in terms of holy, but sacred in its age anyway. And I think, remind me with that, does that pick up creatures behind full cover?
Sorry, they did have a thing at the bottom of the spell. Hold on, let me get.
You're all good.
The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by over a foot of stone, or a 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. That's the specification.
Incredible. I think that's the first time as a GM I've ever actually had to listen to the materials to that effect. That was fun. It's like I can tick a box on the GM checklist. Yeah, I think as you kind of step into the village, sort of like echoing this feeling, Wick, that you have that like there are eyes on you, even if you can't see them, I think you become aware that like this village is populated. There are fey creatures around. Maybe looking at you, maybe it's just a feeling, but it's definitely, this is not an empty, lifeless village.
Okay.
My 2 over, did you both get over 25 or just over 20? I know, Lark was a 27.
28.
Beautiful. Cute. I didn't roll for Tibia, but that's fine. You guys have enough. I think as you guys kind of step into, the ground of the ruins of Reverie, I think you kind of have that same like feeling of being watched. I think there's something weighty in it that also makes you feel weirdly like judged, not in a petty way, but in like a weighing your every action and move and word for some sort of like final judgment. It's as if like the land itself is waiting for you to do something. It's an odd feeling, but I think with a 27 and with a 28, I think you both feel that like on this land, if you move to harm someone or the land, you will probably face consequences from the land, as whatever enchantment lays in this ground innately. You also notice, I think, as you sort of like catch your eyes like roam over the outskirts of this village and the places where the buildings are close together, every now and then from the corner of your eye, you seem to catch like movement between them or in the few trees around here. As you see sort of like nature spirits and dryads sort of like poke out from the trees and vanish, or you'll catch like a whisper as they whisper it to each other. And I think you realize this is the source of that feeling of being watched and judged as these embodiments of the land. But there's like an excitement there too that feels odd to you. With the 27, 28, do either of you have any questions? Because those are excellent rolls.
Do I get the sense that Thorn is nearby and also someone who is watching?
I think you don't see them, but you get the feeling it is not unlikely they are nearby. Like, you are sort of, I think, now getting accustomed to the feeling of, like, Thorn's presence even when he is not physically present, and I think you feel that same, like, ancient part of you that resonates with the magic here. You feel like a tether in a different direction, as if he is just out of sight. But you don't get the sense that he's, like, hiding behind a tree 10 feet to your right or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And all of you get...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, sorry. No, go
When
ahead.
the dryads and the nature spirits are kind of like watching and like whispering to each other, are they... Is their attention focused on anyone in the group in particular, or just the entirety of the group?
27's a really good roll. I'll roll for them. Yeah, that's not a 27. I think you feel most... Like, it's kind of hard because they are darting in and out of your eyesight so quickly. Like, you get the sense that you would have had a very hard time seeing them. But I think you feel their attention drawn most to you, to Wick, and to Ori. Yeah, and as all of you are sort of at the entrance here, you also, let me tell you a little bit about the village of Reverie. As it stretches before you, you can see its streets are overgrown with soft grass and moss, but its buildings seem almost frozen in time. They're made of dark wood, their sloping roofs each covered in a blanket of moss that hangs slightly over each edge. At a glance, you see no signs of life, except for Wick, who can detect the signs of life. But the further you get into the city, or if you're just like peering in, I don't know if you're going in all the way yet, you can kind of see the beginnings of like faded hand-painted signs over some of these buildings, not all, bearing a language that none of you can quite read. I think that those of you who have experience, I know a few of you have had experience with like ancient Sylvan. I think you recognize this as probably the written form of that. Wick, you especially, as someone who is around a little bit longer than most of the group. But the symbols accompanying this ancient Sylvan make their meaning very clear. And you see a lot of these buildings that have signs on them seem to be shops. I think the one that you can sort of see from this angle, you see there's sort of like a very faded, like hand-painted potion bottle. But you see a few further in, and you think if you get closer, you can figure out what they look like.
Yeah, I think Wick will just say, like, especially with like the sense of good and evil, like, we're definitely not alone, so tread carefully.
Okay. Are we in danger?
I don't know.
think so.
Okay.
I think as they were kind of walking, and when she started to feel like those eyes on her, I think that Alia's hand like instinctively started to move toward her sword, but instead I think she kind of looks down and in a very quick decision like loops her arm through Lark's and kind of picks her shoulders up and straightens very much in the way that they do when they're both about to like enter a very crowded room when holding court. Yeah. I think we just have
Make me a
audience.
persuasion check.
Oh, okay. Alright, sure.
Wait, I have something.
Oh yeah, hit me with it.
Hold on.
Okay.
I have something.
I believe you.
Goddamn. It's
Is it your magic item that you're looking for?
no.
Or your feet, I mean.
When we make a persuasion or intimidation check, we can do so with advantage if we find a way to remind them of our highborn status. That's a feat that I have. Can I give that to Alia in this moment?
I will say yes, if you describe to me how you are giving that to Alia. How are you aiding Alia in this moment?
I think there's like a silent like conversation that goes on between them where like Alia kind of like glances at Lark, puts her arm through theirs, and Lark like doesn't look and has not looked very kingly or princely at all in the last few days. They're still in their kind of like farm boy clothes. They're in like, you know, a worn sweater. Their hair, which is now kind of like their curls are kind of like drooping and flattening as like this frost continues to kind of melt. Couldn't look less like, you know, a royal if they tried. And I think in this moment, like, there's a silent conversation where Lark kind of like drags their heels just a little bit. It's like they don't want to like step back into this just yet. And I think there's like an acknowledgement of like, oh, this is actually something we have to do and we should do it together. And he kind of like steps into the doorway with her.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make that with advantage, Alia.
Okay, we're gonna do a better job this time. It's a better job.
I believe in you.
than I did. I did do a better job. Okay, that's 17 plus something, plus 7 for a 24.
Yeah. Okay, noted.
Okay. Oh, they didn't throw a parade immediately?
They didn't. Yeah, you know what?
The red carpet!
Yeah. Unfortunately, they
Fair
hadn't
enough.
invented confetti cannons about 1700 years ago or so. Unfortunately,
Naturally.
yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Or he
that's
throws petals.
Oh, yeah.
I think Lark, like, trying to move their mouth as little as possible, or like, under their breath, kind of be like, Wick,
Yeah.
don't look, but there are people in the trees, watching us. And you and Ori specifically.
I think Wick is again confused by his inclusion. If you just said like you and like or like I, okay, that makes sense. But I think his inclusion is confuses him a little bit and like visually. Right. Noted. Your people?
No, the nature people, Ori's people, maybe.
Ori only looks like a nymph. Ori is not a nymph.
Well then.
Okay. Has Rick interacted with like these groups of people before? Like for them to like no? Okay.
I don't think so. I think that when you traveled with the Rangers, I think you probably never really progressed past the bridge. I think because of your time with the Rangers, you would know that the people who live in Reverie are very wary of outsiders and a little bit reclusive. And so like the Rangers usually would send like one person across to like trade and treat with them and come back. And I think I don't think that person was ever you. Necessarily.
Yeah.
I think it was mostly probably Tanis.
Yeah, definitely probably not. Wick would be like, I'm not going over here.
Sure.
I have to. Okay. Right. Interesting. He's like very much trying not to just look at like get falling like do they look malicious or curious?
No. The latter. Excited?
Perhaps being friends with Thorn has some benefits.
Perhaps. Although I'm certainly not.
I think Thorn might look at you as a friend.
Claps a hand over their mouth. I think it like rings out and is like still silence. And he's like,
Or not. Wick relents. Right. Interesting. Do you read Ancient Sylvan or no?
Do I? Can I?
Not this old. This is sort of like, this isn't even Old English. This is sort of like the equivalent. I know it has a different name. This is like, but I can't remember it. This is like the equivalent of like the English they spoke in like or Arthurian times.
Oh.
oh, jeez.
Yeah, this is like old Sylvan.
Yeah, like Camry. I think that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I no. Not certainly not.
Okay. Well, that might have been helpful.
Damn.
No. He just went like that. He has a moment of panic of like, sorry, I didn't mean that sounded rude. That's not what I meant. Oh boy. Okay. I think. All right. I don't know. My brain is freezing. There's the information that I know and information that Wick knows. That's like he would not piece those things together. Okay. Are we like how further do we have to go like in through the village?
You can kind of see from where you are now that it seems like a lot of the roads sort of like don't quite spiral, but at least where you're at, like you can see it a little bit forward and then curves back in on itself. So you would have to walk like, I don't know, maybe like, I can't estimate steps. It's like maybe like 60 feet ish before the curve starts. And you think that like as you like complete the curve, you'll probably get a better look at the ruins of Reverie like properly. But the entrance sort of winds in on itself.
I think he looks like perhaps you should address them. He says this towards Clark.
Oh, what am I gonna do here?
We could just go and say we are a guest in their home and believe you have the highest rank here.
All right. And then I think Lark will use one of their wild shapes to take on the Court of Spring.
Hell yeah, tell me about that.
I think like this slow like melting that has been happening over the last like couple of hours like finally gives way as their hair kind of like from the roots it kind of almost looks like it's the turning of like winter to spring as like new growth kind of like blooms through these like white strands of hair, and their hair blooms green and like life flushes back into their face, and all of these kind of like curling kind of like vines and plants and foliage and like fern leaves start to kind of like grow up out of their like jumper and kind of like interweave with like the knitted kind of like yarn of like the cable knit, and they just kind of like take on this very like naturey, like almost like very nymph-like appearance, and their eyes kind of like crackle with this like their eyes are still brown but like right around the pupil I think crackles with this kind of like green yellow, and in this form I can communicate freely with all natural plants and animals, as well as any creature of the Fae type that I would not normally be able to understand. And when I roll Arcana, Nature, or Survival to discover information about the world around me, I can treat any roll on the die as a 10 or above.
Hell yeah. I love that.
I think that'd be useful here.
Yeah. No, great call.
And I think, yeah, we're just still very much holding on to Aelia. I think even, like, kind of, like... I think, where that, like, little vine, like, wedding ring is kind of, like, on their rings, it kind of, like, forms one of those, like, sexy, like, ring chains, you know, that, like, go up the back of the hand and kind of, like,
Hell yeah.
twirls around, like, it basically intertwines their arms together.
Oh.
And I think we'll kind of take a step forward to kind of, like, head up the front of the group. And I don't think Lark addresses anyone, but I think using that, like, communicative ability of their wild shape, like, nature, kind of subtly sends out very much a, I see you, I know you're here. If you would like to come forward, you may do so.
Yeah. I love that. I think that absolutely slays. I think you feel especially, I think Ori and Lark you feel especially, but the rest of you get sort of an inkling of this as well. You feel like the land that was waiting and judging thrums a little bit with approval. And as long as that approval maintains, all of you can have a d6 to ability checks and saving throws until your next long rest. It pays to be nice to the land here, folks.
Whoa!
Yeah. As you all get a dream blessing in this moment. And yeah, you can all continue down this path. I think you can see, like, kind of similarly to what Wick saw, that this road kind of winds in on itself for a moment. And you can catch, like, you pass that shop that has, like, this sort of, like, alchemist, like, potion bottle sigil on it. As you walk, when you reach the fork in the road that I'm going to describe in a moment here, you can also see... as like more of the town proper is kind of to your right along this path. You also catch the symbol of an anvil with a hammer. You see a couple that like you can't quite make out what the symbol is, but you can sort of assume used to be or still are shops selling like different wares. There's a handful of shops here, and I think you also see one that almost appears to be like an old-fashioned cauldron over a fire. That is one of the largest buildings here. You think might have been something like an inn once. And yeah, as you sort of reach this fork in the road, you see the town kind of continues to your right, where like the center of this winding area breaks off into a series of other roads in what looks to be like a town square kind of situation. To your left, you get a glimpse at the path to the castle. you see sort of like this stone kind of bridge continues up that way, and very, like, maybe, I don't know, 90, 100 feet away, you see as that path is completely overcome by that sort of same purplish silver cloud cover, so thick you can't see past it. It obscures the front gate.
Whilst we're here, do I get the sense, you said when we stepped into this land, like, the village felt very a strong magical energy. Am I getting the impression that that's just this land in general is incredibly magical, or is that like coming from a certain point?
I think as you sort of get a little bit of a glance for it, and actually I think, Wick, will say that your detect good and evil spell is still up. I think both of you kind of feel the draw of something that is like the actual Hallow spell towards the center of this like town square. And as you look, you see what almost looks to be like, it kind of resembles like standing stones a little bit in a circle, and there seems to be something set into the center you can't quite see between the stones. But there are these like huge towering slabs of stone with like, it kind of reminds you, Lark, of the altar that you went to, the Old Oaks Circle altar. As you see, these stones are like covered in sort of like moss and flowers and engraved with what looks to be just like hundreds of swirling patterns carefully carved into each of these rocks. I think it would not surprise you if there was a similar kind of altar set up in the center. But both of you can feel there is something like genuinely hallowed there. That seems to be the source of the magic in the land you're on. But there is a second magical energy emanating from the castle, and it is far less like blessed. It doesn't feel cursed to you, but it sort of feels like the way the land is not quite hallowed, the castle is not quite cursed.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think Lar kind of like exchanges a look with Wick and kind of like indicates towards that, like, I keep want to call it Stonehenge, mini Stonehenge.
Yeah, real.
Of the square. I think that warrants a closer look before we proceed.
I agree. Yes. I think Wick would, however, position himself in front of Lark, very defensive position, as
Sure.
they approach. If everyone else is going as well, the Ring of Stone.
Yeah.
And I think Lark will also kind of like shoot a look behind him and kind of like give like a little fond look back to Elise, because he knows that she'll be getting such a kick out of this. And just a shared look of like, we're both geeking out, right?
Oh yeah, Elise is like pen moving like so fast her hand is a blur as she's just like taking notes and looking at things and like picks something up, sniffs it, like makes a face, writes that down, like yeah.
Yeah, I think Elise, as you sort of like reach down to pick whatever you're sniffing up, you also, I think, notice very easily, as you're looking at the ground in the way that most others in the group are kind of looking out and up, you see that in sort of the hollow left in the footprints that each of you are leaving, flowers are blooming in them along the path.
Got into a quick sketch of like what they look like for later.
Absolutely. There's sort of these like very dainty, like white petaled flowers, very small, and a handful of sort of lilac colored forget-me-nots. And yeah. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before you, as you're sitting at this sort of crossroads?
I think, I guess now Elise will cast Treat.
We'll cast what? I'm so sorry.
Or not cast. We'll use her channel divinity, Streaked Eyes. So for the next 10 minutes, I allow myself to see through any and all magic of the illusion type. Yeah. I think that's what...
Absolutely. I think the mist kind of to your left covering the front of this castle is not quite an illusion, but because your oath is tied to the dreaming so fundamentally, I think you pick up sort of a magical signature to it that reminds you a lot of the mists that you all traveled through to come into the dreaming for the first time. I think you get the sense that, like, this may well be impassable or require, like, something big to get through. It has that sort of, like, massive sort of, like, it reminds you a lot of the Dreaming Gate in a lot of ways. It's like it's sealing off the castle in a way. But you can't quite tell if it's sealing it to keep something out or to keep something in.
I think Elise just kind of says that out loud. Like,
Sure.
you know, it's just, I don't know if she realizes she's doing it. It's just filling the space.
I think Tavia kind of squints into the fog in a way that, like, he knows he is useless in this situation, but they don't want to be, and just, that's creepy and ominous.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a key or something.
B?
I think without being able to catch himself in time, Tavia just, like, fully turns to look at Lark.
Black just kind of gives a bit of a...
Looks away. Yeah. And you all, unless there's anything else, Aelia or Ori that you'd like to do here at the crossroads?
I will cast Arcane Eye just to have like a better look at like our surroundings. It gives me full 360 unabated invisible eye, so a small she'll pull from her a small orb of water, and it'll have like a piece of ice in the middle and make it almost look like an eye. And she kisses it, and it sort of pops and wanders up to like get a better look at what is this big scary thing that we're looking at, and do I know of any way to like maybe dispel it?
Specifically the fog in the castle?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, remind me, Arcane Eye has True Sight, question mark? Did I make that up in my brain? I haven't read it.
You did make that right. It does not have True Sight.
It does not. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that as your eye kind of travels up, I think, one, you are very aware of the fact that, like, while this cloud cover, like, mostly covers the top and, like, this sort of bridge, you can feel the sort of magic radiating all the way up. You think that it's almost like the part of the wall between the cloud cover is, like, the equivalent of, like, magical glass. Like, you can see through it, but it's very much like you can't, like, fly between them, essentially. I think very similarly, like, you feel the strength of this, and I think even as your arcane eye gets closer, you feel almost like when magnets are sort of, you try to put magnets together and they, like, repel. I think you sort of feel that. There is something in you, Ori, that I think, the way that, like, the part of you, so much of you that is the fabric of the dreaming, I think, calls similarly to this gate. Like, you feel that the magic that makes you humanoid and the magic that holds this wall together are, like, if magic could be siblings, like, they are related closely in that way. I think you don't get the feeling, very similarly to the Dreaming Gate, I think you don't get, like, theoretically, because this is magic, it could be dispelled, but it would be, like, it would take a very, very, very powerful creature to even try. But I think that as you sort of examine it, you, especially, like, the cloud cover and the way that it roils, I think you sort of get the sense that it would be extremely unlikely that this doesn't move and change in a way that might create, like, an opening temporarily. You don't see an opening now, but this is, like, malleable in a way that makes you think that there is probably passage sometimes through.
Gotcha.
I think you also, as you sort of raise it up, I think for just a moment through your arcane eye, you see one of these, like, stained glass windows high, like, just below the cloud cover at the top. You watch as, like, a shadow passes over it from the inside.
Let's add a small eep.
Sure. Yeah.
I seen somebody in the window.
You did?
Yeah. Is there somebody supposed to be? Maybe it's your friend?
My friend?
Yeah, maybe.
Could be. She came through this way.
Did you get any details? What it looked like?
It was dark, and it was like this high, and I couldn't see the face, but they look like this.
excellent work, Ori.
Hey, hang on a second. I can do better.
She'll use prestidigitation to make a small image of what it is that she's seeing.
Hell yeah.
Look like that. Does this look like your friend?
Looks a little bit sympathetically at Tavia.
Maybe. I don't know, maybe.
Huh.
But
Whatever
good call.
it is.
Thank you for this. Great to be. I'm a visual guy, so this is super helpful. Thank you for that.
I like visuals. I'm glad. Okay. What are we doing?
Going walking towards the stones, I believe, unless someone else
yeah.
had something else to do.
Is it
Okay.
dangerous?
You can all make your way down the path towards these stones. As you sort of get closer and closer, I think you start to get a better look at these stones. There aren't like a huge amount of standing stones. This isn't like a Stonehenge size sort of circle. I think it's more, if I have any Outlander fans in the chat, it's a little more that situation than a Stonehenge
Okay.
situation. But I think you see, as you sort of get closer, you begin to make out a figure kneeling in the center of this. Not like looking at you, but just sort of like head bowed towards one of the stones in the back.
Hi.
Oh. Okay.
I think as you sort of like curve around and get the first proper look at this figure, you watch as a smile kind of like curves on their face. This person is, as they sort of stand, you see, is a very like slight, kind of sprightly figure with skin as pale as moonlight and hair that's the color of clouds at the end of a storm near the roots, and then sort of gradients into a deep plum at the bottom. They have very angular features and drooping long elven ears, so long that they almost begin to like curve back under at the ends. She wears a long, simple dress of deep blue with drooping sleeves and fine silver embroidery, and a mantle of dark brown fur over their shoulders. And as she turns, you also see at her neck hangs a pendant that almost kind of resembles, I think all of you have seen them, the sort of like orbs that Thorn keeps the captured memories in, but you don't see any visuals flick by. It just sort of vaguely resembles that same like kind of glass ball on this pendant, sort of swirling with like a silvery, shimmering magic. And this figure turns to look at all of you and like smiles very brightly, and says something that none of you understand except for Lark, because fair speaking in ancient Sylvan. And I think
Elise
just
will
like
pass comprehend language real
hell
quick.
yeah, the two of you understand what they're saying. She smiles at all of you, sort of like lifting and holding this sort of twisting staff of dark wood, and you see like it sort of like branches out at the top and curves with like the ends of a whole bunch of different like parts of this drooping tree bough, and from it hang a bunch of little like bells and baubles. And she smiles and looks at all of you and said, "I have been waiting for you. Welcome to Reverie."
Do I immediately flipping through the Rolodex, do I recognize this face from history?
No. And I think without even like a check, all of you recognize her as someone who must be very, 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 very old. She is dressed in a very, she doesn't look old, but she is dressed in a very ancient style. And there is something about them that feels like, in the way that this land feels ancient and all-seeing, they feel this way as well, just being under her gaze.
I think Lop like dips his head kind of respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
Elise will translate, so everyone, and will just act as translator for a while, so everyone.
Sure.
Hello.
I think as you say hello, or you see her face, her like grin grows even brighter, and you see she actually like inclines her head in a little bit of a bow to you, in like respect for you. Hello, Ori.
I don't think we've met before.
No, we haven't, but you are made of the dreaming, and I am a keeper of the dreaming. I'm honored to meet you. I've heard a lot about you.
I hope only good things. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. What is your name again?
My name is Nimue.
Nimue. It's very pretty.
Thank you. Kind of gives you like a genuine like, shit, thanks. Like a genuinely touched kind of expression. And I think she just kind of like looks over all of you, and I think, oh my god. I think for the first time kind of processes the fact that you are not all understanding what Fair's saying, and just sort of like, oh. And you see these like sort of long spindly fingers come out and just sort of like very gently like run along the glass of this orb, and you watch as like images kind of shift and churn for a minute, and then you watch specifically Wick and Alia, the two of you who don't, and Ori, because you also, yeah, the three of you watch as the images kind of like churn and change, and each of you sees, when it settles, a different image of the place that you would consider your home. And when she speaks again, you all understand, as essentially she has like a magic translator in this moment.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
But for Elise, my brain was going, Mara. No, that's my friend Elise. It's for Mara and Lark, you both very much process that, like, you are still hearing ancient Sylvan. Weirdly. It's like she's speaking every language and one language at once. A little bit.
Very sexy.
Yeah, very, like, kind of, like, hot, unknowing ancient being. You know what I mean? That's the vibe here. And she just sort of looks over at all of you and goes, well, now that that's fixed, I'm sure you have questions and you've had a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to rest?
Do you all want to rest? Do you need a nap? Do you need sleep?
What sort of time is it? Is it like at the end of the day?
It's like sort of just the last strains of sunset turning into evening.
I think Log like glances at Tavia and is like, before we rest, we are looking for someone.
Just sort of gives you like a fond smile and just, I know.
Do you know their location?
Her eyes kind of flick over all of your shoulders to the castle behind you. At least for now, she is beyond your reach. Come, let us sit. And just sort of like nods her head and begins walking towards that building that has like, you think might have been an inn once.
Or he's gonna like chase up next to her and like hold her hand and gotta look up at her and just like casually talking to her.
Yeah, she takes your hand easily enough, without hesitation. And I think, Ori, as you sort of take Nimwe's hand in this moment, you feel like the part of you that is that like magic, you feel it sort of echoed back at you. You don't get the sense necessarily that Nimue is made of the same magic, but they clearly have a very, very deep connection to the magic here.
Are we family?
I think just sort of like looks at you and just, of a kind, I think. I'm a Dreamweaver.
Does Ori know what a Dreamweaver is?
You know what? I think easy enough because you have enough sort of ancient memories and dreams. I think you would know a Dreamweaver is specifically like an ancient. You know, first of all, there's very few Dreamweavers. Did I freeze for a second?
No, you're fine.
Perfect. You would know that like there are very few Dreamweavers left, but they are essentially a very old, very sacred order of sort of stewards of the dreaming magic and of the natural world in the dreaming. They are very much founded in the ancient Fae. And as time has continued, there's been less and less. You would not be surprised to learn necessarily that Nimue is the last. You don't know for sure, but it would not surprise you. But they are essentially like both like druids in the mechanical sense and also in the like connection to nature sense, but specifically with the dreaming. And there is a sort of like religious aspect to it as well with the people that are here.
There's not many of you all left. What an honor to meet you.
No, there aren't many, but it is an honor to be here with all of you and to welcome you all here.
How long have you been by yourself? Or have you had friends?
There are many here still in the village who would, I would call kin, if not in blood. But my order has been dwindling for some time.
You knew we were coming. Did you see us in their
We did.
dreams?
No, I think there were stories of the day that you would all come, 2 of you in particular. As a high priestess of all that is forgotten and remembered, it is my job to carry those stories. I didn't know if you all would come in my lifetime, but I'm very glad that you did.
Am I in them way?
Hmm?
I said, as am I.
Wonderful. And you see she sort of like pulls this very old door open for all of you to walk into this little tavern and inn.
Hmm.
You go in?
Yeah.
No, I run away.
Run away!
Run away.
Amazing. You can all step into this tavern. I think you instantly see a building that once probably could occupy like 50 to 75 people. This like space that once housed like so many people who would come to celebrate and to laugh and to be together, but now you find an empty room full of very old tables and chairs. You see a bar kind of set off to the side and a very dusty kind of book open that you suspect might have once been a logbook. On the back row, there are keys kind of hung up for each room, and none of them have been taken out. There is no one in here. But she will sort of like step to sort of the largest of these tables and kind of motion to it and, please, join me. Can I fetch any of you anything to eat or drink?
Do you have any oatmeal?
You could probably find some oatmeal, yes.
I would not say no to a nice black tea. Get the energy
Alright.
up.
Kind of looks to the 3 of you, the 4 of you. Tivia, I think is sort of like, eyes is like flicking between this person, and specifically I think to the 3 of you who have yet to answer, to like judge how you're feeling about this person and the trust level in this situation.
I feel like, at least for Wick's behalf, is very trepidatious, kind of
Mhm.
standing in the back with like, got the hand on the pommel
Sure.
of Blade. Pretty much, I don't know what's going on here. It's very strange and weird.
Sure.
I don't like this person not knowing who I am before I know who they are.
Yeah.
Kind of vibe, and I think just like waiting to watch Lark's lead, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Lark misses the question because they, with the kind of talk of like kin and family, is kind of going, okay, let me double check, like kind of studying her features a little bit.
For like traces of your family.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I think when she does just ask this question, he misses the question, but you see like a little bit of, oh, thank God.
Sure.
Amazing.
Sorry. Oh, somewhere else.
Alright. Food, drink, refreshment, any kind.
I have to be honest, we were warned against accepting food from certain ancient fae.
I see. Your caution is well placed. Rest assured, Thorn and I are good friends.
Interesting.
But I understand your hesitation. If you decide you want anything, let me know. Eyes kind of flick to you, Aelia.
Alia's got her crown lady face on, which is this like very just like vaguely pleasant, not necessarily distrustful, but like I am still watching and waiting. I think a little bit of that has like melted seeing how this person has interacted with Ori, and it's like, yes, we use the very friendly one as a litmus test.
Yeah.
To see this lady's vibe. But I think kind of with a glance at Elise, tea would be lovely.
Of course. Any kind in particular? Picky. Very well. And you see Nimue will sort of like step off to the back of this room, and you are all alone for just a moment as she sort of like ducks back into what you assume are probably like the kitchens of this tavern. And I think here Tavia will kind of lead into the group and sort of doesn't want to speak out loud because he's not really sure the safety level of talking, but just sort of gives you all an expression of like, and just sort of like, I think we'll sit on your other side, Lark, if you're seated, and we'll just like very casually kind of drape a hand over the hilt of his rapier.
Well, I don't think we're related, so that's probably bodes well for us.
Oh, win is a win.
Wick, we're family.
There's an echo in here.
Yeah.
Of a sort, I believe was the phrasing. Yeah.
That's exciting.
I think Wick is at this moment is like Wick is like genuinely nervous. I'm like, I can fight creatures and things like that. So interaction, not so much. We're
Sure.
getting out of the realm of things that I know what to do with.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like, interesting. Yeah, family.
Never had one before.
I hope they're a good one.
They are.
Love the confidence. And I will try to emulate that.
Are you scared? Do you need me to hold your hand?
He holds Ori's hand. Does not confirm if that's what he needs or not, but will hold hand.
I won't let anything bad happen to you.
I feel like
No, go.
Fin-
No, go.
I don't want to know. I think Elise like instinctively went towards like a secondary small table as like there's not going to be room for me there, and then is like okay, and then is trying to cover up that blunder, and so I think it's gonna like, is there a window?
Yeah, there's a couple of windows in here. You see one is sort of like smaller and ornamental stained glass. In these sort of like very faded shades that maybe once were like red and blue and now are like sort of rose and periwinkle color. And then there's two like actual windows here with very like moth-eaten but still like very clearly like carefully made and mended curtains.
I think Elise is gonna go like stand and like look out the window, partly to cover up the awkwardness and partly just to like keep an eye just in case. I think is
I think you go to the window and you sort of get to peer into like one of the sort of side alleys that runs through this sort of winding city. And I think in a building like across this alley that looks to be a house, you see like peering up from the window two like really big sort of like violet colored eyes and a small like child-sized head that almost appears like the oh my god, thank you, Jess. Wow. You see the like hair almost appears to sort of be like leaves and vines pulled back on these eyes, and like two little hands, it appears to be like stretching up to look out the window, kind of like see you and get a little bit wide, and then you see a slightly larger like adult-sized hand take the shoulders and very gently pull out of the window, and the drapes close.
like kind of looks behind to see if anyone else is looking out the window, and then looks back like, that's, I don't know what to do with that. But
Yeah,
there
fair.
are people here, that's good to know.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Can I send my spectral handsome over to
Yeah.
sit watch with, I think just noticing that Elise has like gone up and left the group. Little cold phantom nose in your hand. Yeah.
Elise is like, there's so many things touching my hands today. What's going on? Like, and then we'll just kind of like absentmindedly pet Handsome a little bit. And, very much like how someone pets a cat, not how someone like
Mhm.
experience with cats, not dogs.
Sure.
But it's like surprising they don't do like the back butt arch thing up for a second. I was like, oh right, you're different animal.
Yeah, real.
Mm-hmm.
In these few moments before Nimue returns, Lark, with your passive perception of 25, you also notice the sort of hushed sounds of two voices talking in the back room where Nimue was. You get the sense that there is someone else here as well. And a moment later, Nimue will return with a small tray that you see has like a couple, I think, 2 cups and a bowl on it. Or 3? 2? 2. I think 2 cups, if I remember correctly. 2 people got tea. And returns and sort of sets it down. And I think all of you are surprised to see that the 2 cups and a bowl are empty when she sort of sets them down and puts the tray to the side. And then you watch as she sort of like you feel like a magic kind of thrum in the air, and all of you smell this sort of like faint scent of lavender and rain. As she sort of like waves a hand over each of them and summons from the fabric of the dreaming a perfectly steaming bowl of oatmeal and 2 cups of tea, one of which is a black tea and one of which has sort of a lavender color with a sprig of lavender on the side. And then we'll sort of like motion to them and sit and go, right, there you go.
Think
Sort of like bounce her head a little bit at your applause, Ori.
I think in a flash, Elise will like cross to the table and like grab the cup, hand to Alia, and is just like as a precaution going to cast what is it? Purify food and drink on it, just in case like hopefully there's not some weird magic stuff that'll get rid of it. It's very much in a like, I'm an assistant to royalty, so here's what I'll do, kind of covering the move.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you feel like there was a sort of innate magical energy that is left from this like food and drink that was created from magic, and you sort of like are able to very gently like prise it away until what is left is just like food and drink as if you'd made it. I think the like not spell, but the magic you pull away does not feel malicious. It didn't feel like it had consequences. But regardless, you sort of managed to finish the creation and make it like real as it can be. Very easily. And I think, Elise, you feel Nimue's eyes sort of like look to you and like give a sort of half nod of like understanding as Faye clock what you've done, but are not upset about it.
I think like was gonna like go to do the same for Ori and is like, this is okay.
Sure. Yeah. And Nimue, I think Nimue will kind of still looking at you, Elise, will just sort of like motion to one of the empty seats at the table.
I will sit.
Yeah. And you see
The
she'll
hips
kind of
pop so loud when she sits though, like embarrassingly loud, just like
yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
Love her.
They'll kind of set their staff off to the side and fold her hands on the table and just, so, I'm sure you have many questions about this land. How can I be of assistance?
You mentioned you are not alone here.
Correct.
This place feels full of life, but its inhabitants are shy? Question mark.
Something like that, yes. The people here are... Few left are of the ancient times, but many still are their children or grandchildren, and have inherited the wariness of newcomers, shall we say. Many of the people here are all bound from the same trauma, shall we say? The same inherited fear. And it's a language that few others speak. So many people here prefer to keep to themselves. I'm an ambassador of sorts, you might say.
Fear of what, if I can ask? Or of whom?
I believe it's less tangible than you imagine. It's more when you spend your whole life knowing the world to be one way and unexpectedly it shows itself to be another, it leaves you reeling, and I think the people here are reeling. They shut themselves away because they don't want to be surprised by what the world and its people are capable of anymore. The great betrayal left deep wounds for us all.
Were you there for it?
No. I was born not long after, but I was not there for it itself. With that in mind, as a Dreamweaver, I am also a keeper of sacred histories, so while my account may not be firsthand, at the very least I have some of it. If you're looking for first-hand knowledge, though, I will say Thorn does not like to speak of it often, but could be persuaded, I think. I think you get the feeling Nimue seems to be sort of testing the waters on the Thorn front a little bit with the group.
I think Locke kind of like, forgive me, but in our experience, he does tend to speak in riddles a little. I would prefer a little bit of a straighter recounting.
I understand. I will do my best. I admit that many of us ancient beings speak this way as it is the language that we know. But I will try to interpret, if you would like. What would you like to know?
I guess, we could start with the event that happened just before your birth. I assume the one that brought you all here.
We weren't brought here. This is our home. Even before the gate was created, we lived here.
But it was the creation of the gate that divided these lands.
Yes.
Is that the betrayal you speak of?
Yes.
What preceded this?
I think you see they sort of like sit up a little bit and take a moment to sort of like find her words, and I think she sort of clears her throat a little, and I admit the account I know is the account of the people. It is not of the family that lived in the castle. I know that you do not wish to speak with those who are fluent in riddles, but unfortunately, the account of what happened in those walls is a mystery that many of us here have wondered for some time. However, what I can give you is the account of the people here in the village of Reverie, and the magic itself, if that is something you're interested in.
Of course.
And I think she sort of like scans over the group of you for a moment, and then just, alright. Well, many years ago, we lived in... Do you know what this land was like before the gate? Are you familiar with the home we had?
I regret to say not
It's alright.
Not much of it was preserved.
I see. Well, the land here, I've heard that your realm is divided. Yes, by season and time of day, and
Yes.
the land here used to be very much the opposite. It changed its form based on the whim and the emotion of the people within it. You know, we of the elves were created of the elements and the fabric of the world, and in many ways, the fabric of this world responded in kind. We were similar creatures in different shapes, one might say, and seasons would pass, sometimes through the whole cycle in a manner of hours. Some places would be permanent sunset, and you would come the next day and it would be midnight. This land was never the same, and the only thing that was the same was the way that it changed. And because of the malleable nature of this land, people could create freely. I was speaking a bit to Ori about this a few moments ago, but there used to be many of my order, the Dreamweavers. We were the stewards of the land and its changes. We created what we could with it and protected what we could with it. And none more so than our High Priestess, the Queen. But, well, loss changes us all. And I cannot speak to the events in the castle or the royal family, as I was not born and I did not know them. The exception of the last prince, of course, who we're all, I suspect, fairly well acquainted with. But when tragedy befell the royal family, things changed here. Do you want the rumors or the facts? Or both?
I think both.
Well, the rumor was that the king and the queen underwent and created some ritual to try and right a wrong, and it went awry, and cursed the castle and the land it was on. Whether that's true or something else happened, for weeks and weeks afterwards, odd creatures of strange, disjointed and fractured magic would pour through at night, bloodying the streets, tearing apart the buildings. It was a tumultuous time in our history. And at the end of it, when the castle was locked away, the prince chose to lead those willing to leave from these lands and locked us away. I have my theories about this ritual, but I think whatever the truth is, it lies in that castle and is protected in that castle. But what I can tell you is that the tragedy that they suffered permeates this land and its people.
This tragedy, what do you know of it?
I'm afraid not much. I know when it happened, the king and queen were always generous people, often in the town with their people, and of, the princes too, and the princess when she used to be here, but
Princess
whatever happened.
plural.
Yes.
And a princess. Like looks at Lark. You don't have an aunt and uncle that you haven't told me about, do you?
Kind of like looks at Elise, the family tree.
Like pulls in and like pulls out the pop-up book that took from the library and shoots into the sky.
Had Elise shown us that?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I was gonna say, I don't think she told us.
Oh shit, that's
I
my
said
bad.
I went behind a tree to pee. I didn't say anything about it.
Yeah.
I will say
Yeah.
Elise just went pissed
I
on
do think-
last night and then came
Right.
back and that was it.
I
Okay,
do
I'm
think
not
at this
so chill about that
confusion,
then.
in a sort of like unnerving way for you, Elise, Nimue turns to you and like seems to wait for you to reveal this information. So even without Lark's prompting, like Nimue just like looks to you expectantly.
I think even like when Aelia is asking the question, like, do you have an aunt and uncle? Elise like starts to go into the bag and then like looks at Nimue. Okay, and pulls it out. And like, this should help clear things up. This is a lot.
All right.
You were holding out on us, Elise?
It is a new acquisition.
Well then, I suppose then yes.
Wonderful. Excuse me, I interrupted.
It's all right. You're allowed. As I was saying, the royal family used to spend much time amongst us and their people. Well, not me, I wasn't there, but amongst the people. When this tragedy befell them, they shut themselves away. Unfortunately, this is why much of our history from that time as it regards the family is rumor for us. Weeks passed before the last prince emerged and led the people who would go away, and even then he did not seem eager to share what had happened.
Do you have any written material? It is not that I do not trust your
I
perspective
understand.
on it. Like to
Not much, I'm afraid, and what is had is in the language that I speak. I
that
fear
is not a problem.
I can get some of that for you. I would ask that you don't take it from this place, only that you transcribe it.
Absolutely.
James, do I have the important stuff you gave me? Do I have any recollection of like meeting Thorn for the first time, or particularly that winter?
Yes. You know that you didn't meet Thorn until you have not known Thorn the entirety of the 1700-ish, 2000-ish, 1700-ish years that the dreaming has been locked away. You know that to at least your knowledge, Thorn only appeared in these lands about 760 years ago. Or at least emerged as Thorn, shall we say. But I think also, Ori, a lot of what Nimue is saying sort of resonates to you in the memories that Thorn revisits every year.
One more question. Has Thorn ever stated to Ori a wish?
Ooh. I don't think so.
Okay.
But I will think on that, and if anything pops up, I will let you know. But I don't,
Okay.
in the 760 years that you've known Thorn, I don't think they have ever wished for anything that you know of. What else can I do for all of you?
So, the creatures that were
Yes.
unleashed and terrorized this place, did they just dissipate on their own? Are they still here in these lands?
Sometimes. I think and I think eyes kind of flipped to you a little bit, Wick, here in this moment. Has your party encountered any nightmares in your journey?
Yes, I have.
These creatures, I think, would resemble most what you know to be the nightmares of the lands across the bridge. They don't, here at least, manifest as often. As time has gone on, their presence has dimmed a bit, and the Dreaming Gate seemed to help as well. But from time to time, we do see a few of them from the castle.
But these creatures did not exist before the ritual you spoke of. There was no
Not that I know of. No.
danger to the dreaming and its magic.
No, not that I know of. I mean, the times before were times of peace and joy and almost eternal life. Now, of course, there were always dangers. I don't think there is a corner of the galaxy in which there is truly no danger, but Reverie was as close as one might come to it until that day.
What did the ritual hope to achieve?
I'm afraid I don't know. I don't have many details of the ritual, if there was one. That, unfortunately, would likely be a question for Thorn, or to be found in the castle.
Do you know when?
The mists part, usually at sunrise and sunset for a few moments. I'm afraid sunset today at least. It won't open until tomorrow morning, but other than that, no, they are quite stubborn in their protection of the castle.
The people who live in Reverie, what are their feelings towards those who live in the castle now?
Well, many of the people here, we believe that what remains inside the castle is a being known as the Forgotten One. Less a person and more a creature, I suppose. It's never emerged. We don't know the nature of it, but the people here not quite worship it, but we as a culture, our sacred practice is remembering, is ensuring that nothing and no one is forgotten. And I think many people here hope that if they remember the Forgotten One enough, it will no longer be forgotten. Aside from that, with the exception of kind of like nods to Tavia a little bit, your pirate, and well, no longer the former queen, but for a time the former queen, aside from the two of them, nobody has lived in the castle for thousands of years. Not since the Dreaming Gate. It is not a place any of us go willingly.
The former queen and Isabella, how long did they live up there?
Well, neither has emerged, but I am of the understanding that the queen found a way to part the mists and magic enough to escape. As far as I know, the pirate is still inside. It's been a few days, maybe?
They went there a few days ago.
Yeah.
Do you have questions for us?
I think my questions will be answered with time, but I appreciate the offer.
You said you, there were stories of people who would come.
This is mostly me, James. blanking.
Sorry, she mentioned
No,
like
you're good.
two of you would like come here.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes.
Where did these stories come from?
Oh, really? It began in our order, I believe, before I was the last. I imagine it's some mix of divination and hope. But stories are very dear to my people and to the people here as well.
And how does this story of yours end?
Well, the king and the knight and the last prince tear down the gate and reunite the magics of this world again once and for all.
interesting. It's the first time that like Lux heard the words like king, knight, and the last prince.
You've heard the last prince pretty often, but the other two.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful story.
It is. Hope is a powerful thing.
Yes, it is.
Well, since at least you will all be here for the night, please know that many here are guarded, but you have my blessing, and I'm not sure whether you will find this a boon to you, but Thorn's blessing as well, and the people here are willing to assist you in any way you need. We have a forge, and a very skilled forge master, if you need any armor or weaponry or items. And our shops are sparse, but we trade for things with the rangers and the newcomers, so there are some things around. You are all welcome to explore the town as you like. If there's anything else you need of me, you need only ask.
For allowing us to stay, is there anything you request in return?
I think that your journey will be difficult enough without me asking a boon of you, but thank you. I would just advise, this creature, this Forgotten One, is ancient, and it is powerful. When you step through those mists into the castle, be sure you are ready. The only creature that has returned from it in the thousands of years that I have been here has been Thorn. And even he, as ancient and powerful as they are, has never turned back. So, be ready to be careful.
Thank you.
Of course. And I think you see they'll kind of like stand and then sort of like gazing into your teacups. We'll just sort of like reach out and magically refill them in the same way. And then we'll take her staff and just... I suspect you all have much to speak about and plans to make. So I will leave you to it. Sort of incline her head and head for the door. Yeah, absolutely.
Bye. Bye, cousin.
Sort of smiles a little bit and nods to you, Ori. And I think, Ori, you sort of like feel a little bit of like a vine with sort of these like flowering kind of like purple flowers creep up your arm in like a little bracelet as she just sends a small little wave of magic towards you. She will step out.
She's very cool. That is a very cool person.
She's very cool, yes. So what do we do now? Who's the king? Who's the knight?
I don't know.
I think it's you, Lark. I think you're the king.
I think Ellie's gonna like close the pop-up book. If I do not know how well it will work depending on, but if anyone has any questions about Everglen histories that we think might help us figure things out, I might be able to get the answer, as I was able to get kind of nudges at the book. Please?
I don't think I have any questions right now that we'll be able to answer before going into that castle.
You... I can't make promises, but I might be able to.
If we can't think of anything else, I think maybe a map of the castle would not go astray. But also,
Kind of
if there's like knowledge things that you want to know, I think that should probably take precedent. So
Elise kind of looks surprised at like, that's a good idea. Wow.
Surprise!
Didn't know
Damn.
we could do that.
gives you a little bit of like a okay expression in return, and just like drops your gaze a little bit.
Lark mutters something under their breath. You don't hear all of it, but it's the word pirate and map is like mentioned somewhere.
Really?
I think I'm gonna do a turn around the block, if that's alright. Would you like company? I'm alright.
Do I believe him?
I think so. I think he genuinely just like
Okay.
taking himself for a walk, you know?
Okay. Okay.
Gonna meet someone on that walk.
Mm. That was so ominous.
I'll pop over to the shop. Maybe they have something we could use.
I'll walk you to the door.
Oh, such a gentleman.
Takes you by the arm. And I think as Lark kind of like starts walking out of the inn, they kind of drop their wild shape. But they remain in spring, I think, without realizing it.
Throwing up. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I think Tavia will kind of turn to you, Elise, and like put an elbow on the table and goes, "Well, I don't know. I guess it's," and kind of looks over to you as well. We can just, I guess it's up to us to really hit the books on this one, huh?
Elise just gives the most.
Hi, welcome back. It's not a Starlight Tale stream if we don't have little technical difficulty as a trait. We're gonna just sort of wrap up here. So we left off with Tavia Tynes going, "Well, I guess it's up to us to hit the books."
Elise gives such a big sigh. And like, there's an impulse for snark. And then I would be happy to work with you on this.
I think Tavia turns to you, Wick, and Alien goes, "Oh my god, she's being nice to me. I think something terrible has happened. Elise, did you hit your head? How many fingers am I holding up?"
Just kind of like slaps her hand away.
Okay, they're fine. She's fine. Yeah, we can have a cute little study four person study.
I think Alia looks at Wick and is like, she said something about a blacksmith. Do you want to go look at swords?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
I think as you leave, Elise is just gonna be like, I do not have a weapon. Perhaps if you see one that would fit me well, I need one. I
Do you
don't
have a big
Preference,
war
what
axe?
can you use? What do you...
well, I've trained with, just a simple sword, brass knuckles.
Simple weapons,
perhaps.
shall we say?
Yes, simple. What one could even say, perhaps martial.
Oh, okay.
weapons.
All two types of weapons.
Yes. Yes, that would be.
Well, keep an eye out.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Just slowly like I don't want to read. I'm gonna do really anything.
Yeah, we're
else.
gonna go look at swords.
I think the two of you see a little bit on Tavia's face, so like, oh, I fucked up. oh shit kind of expression, and then just sort of takes a breath and goes, okay, reading.
Tivia, would you like us to look for you too?
I'm good. What are you talking about? I'm already tough as nails. I don't need a thing.
If you don't have to stay, you could go with them.
I would never leave you alone, Elise. I would rather die.
Yeah, Wick gives like Tavia a look over Elise's head. I'm like, if you fucking leave Elise alone, we're fighting. There's a look that he gives.
It like starts as a joke, and then eyes like flick up to yours, and it becomes a little bit more like, I'll stay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be here. I love. Listen, I would love practice reading because I'm not very good at it. So, it seems like a better time than any.
Wick, let's get the fuck out of here. Like,
Yeah.
like, let's go. Right now.
Beautiful.
Alright, and as all of you, I feel bad ending the stream here because we just came back, but regardless, as all of you head off in your separate directions towards your individual destinations, that's where we're gonna head today. Thank you so much for joining us for Reverie. We'll see you back here soon. Just check our social media. We'll be back. And until we see you again, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.